Kenyans to vote peacefully and maintain peace during this electioneering period.
Honorable Senators, at a personal level, it was an honor to serve you as your Speaker, and a pleasure and privilege to work with each and every one of you. My interactions with you here in the chamber, within the precincts of Parliament, and at various localities are what have kept me, inspired me, and kept me going even when times were tough. Every day I have learned from you, and you made me a better speaker, a better leader, and more importantly, a better human being, and that I will never take for granted.
Victory is the only thing that all of us were looking for here. And I know that when we are going into the elections in the next few months, or rather in the next few days, all sides will be fighting for victory.
Safina Party's Jimmy Wanjigi moved to the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission Dispute Resolution Committee, seeking to reverse the decision by the country's electoral agency not to clear him to contest August 9th presidential elections. According to Wanjigi, the decision to reject his nomination to seek the country's top political office because they lacked the requisite academic qualifications for nomination as a presidential candidate is not justified. Wanjigi, in fact, insists that he was issued with a certificate of completion of the course by Daystar University, yet IEBC chairperson Ofula Chebukati refused to accept the certificate, which, according to Wanjigi, is permissible under the law. And Deputy President William Ruto has defended Senator Johnson Sakaja against claims that he lacks valid academic credentials to vie for Nairobi gubernatorial position. According to Ruto, Sakaja meets the constitutional threshold set to contest as governor and maintain that questions being raised regarding the lawmaker's degree certificate are politically motivated. The UDA presidential candidate further claimed that his competitors are doing everything in their power to stop Sakaja from becoming the next governor of Nairobi. This as Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i warned that protracted controversies surrounding education, integrity and other qualifications of individuals to contest elections could strain security plans for the August poll. He said the high number of such cases and attempts to pressurize the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission and other adjudicating institutions by mobilizing and inciting supporters by involved individuals was raising tensions in the country. The CS was addressing a conference of Kenyan diplomats on security preparedness for elections, urged for speedy resolution of such disputes. And a fresh storm is brewing within the Deputy President William Ruto-led Kenya Kwanza alliance, with two parties now threatening to withdraw from the outfit. Gitun South MP Moses Kuria's Chama Chakazi Party and former Kiambu Governor William Kabogo's Tujibembe wa Kenya Party have said that they will no longer attend any Kenya Kwanza rallies on grounds that United Democratic Alliance politicians are allegedly given priority at the events while their members are being bullied and gagged. In a joint letter penned by Chama Chakazi Secretary General James Nage and his Tujibembe Party counterpart Gathi Irungu, the two political outfits highlighted instances in which they were allegedly sidelined by UDA members on the campaign trail. And the Judicial Service Commission is now free to proceed with the recruitment of new judges to the Court of Appeal and High Court. This follows an order issued by the Appeals Court staying the execution of the ruling delivered by the High Court on June 3rd, temporarily suspending the process. Katiba Institute had sued Chief Justice Martha Koome JSC, seeking to stop the recruitment of new judges until the 6 judges whom President Uhuru Kenyatta refused to confirm had been appointed. But JSC, through the Judiciary Registrar Anna Madi, rushed to the Appellate Court, saying the move will compromise the Commission's constitutional mandate. And the last witness in the Monica Kimani murder trial, Chief Investigating Officer Maxwell Otieno, placed the first accused Joseph Irungu at the scene of the murder in Lemuria Gardens on the night Monica is alleged to have been murdered. The witness, who took the court through the items collected during the investigations and submitted them as exhibits, told the court that Joseph Irungu and Jackie Maribe jointly murdered the 29-year-old Juba-based businesswoman in September 2018. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
No, you know, this wheelbarrow, how can you give people wheelbarrow? his party symbol is an umbrella. Is he distributing umbrellas in Makueni?
Have you been told if we don't lock between 10 to 4, this is what we're saving?
You try and call them, the same person who was in your house every day, because they know you are influential and you will give them votes. Call them after 1 month and see if they'll pick up their phone.
Don't tell your member of parliament that you want him to come and build a school, you want him to come and do a hospital. That is not the work of the member. Now that we have devolution in this country, these resources should go to those devolved units.
You have to have strong, independent institutions. And I mean, you have to have police who has the right to take the biggest town in the country and question, why did you do this and that, and send them to court if necessary.
Joel Nkericho, good morning.
Salama sana, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama kabisa. Mbunge wako ni nani?
Anaitwa Silvanus Martin, hapa ni Ainamoi.
Silvanus Martin, Ainamoi.
Yes. Sasa ile chumba nampambia yeye nini? Amadise aende. Asante sana.
That's it.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
It's Friday. What do these streets look like at the tail end of the week? Not looking too bad right now from all indications. It's starting on the Thika Superhighway. I will likely see it get busier as the minutes tick by. Coming off Uhuru Highway, getting into the city, that's not looking too bad either. Coming off Mombasa Road as well, looking pretty good. We're seeing a little bit of action here and there on Jogo Road, but we're not at crazy status just yet. And a bumper-to-bumper action happening on Langata Road as well as you're getting in closer and closer to the interchange. Still slim pickings for traffic this Friday morning. We'll take a look at what it looks like in about half hour or so, but it looks like we're in good stead so far, folks. Hopefully we'll not get close to anything crazy. Just in case it does, let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
.5 Spice FM Kisumu. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This
9 minutes
is the
after 6
Situation
on
Room,
this Friday,
the only way to...
17th of June, 2022. Good morning to you. How are you doing? Good morning, CT.
Morning, Do.
How are you?
You're very sing-songy this morning. Huh?
I am.
Okay.
I've got a song in my heart and a skip in my step.
You got a skip in your step and a song in your heart.
Yes.
Lovely.
How are you doing?
I
really like your shirt.
Thank you very much. Mm-hmm. It is evident that you have good taste.
As does the wearer of the shirt.
Yes.
You guys should see CT's shirt. It's top-notch stuff, man. Since Thursday, you've been well?
You know, for a moment there, you lost me. I was thinking since last week.
Since Thursday.
Yesterday.
Today is Friday.
Yes.
That means the day before is Thursday. You know, get with it, CT. Okay. Eric Latiff is wrapping up his travails of the countries like Gulliver's Travels. Eric's sojourn.
His
walkabout comes to an end today. But he's doing all right. And we'll have him back in the week that is a-coming. Quite a number of conversations that we will reflect today. Good morning to all of you and thanks for joining us. You can see some of you have already joined us this morning. And as we continue, saying hello to you in a short bit. But some conversations that we will reflect today, talking about what's going on in the country and important issues. So there are two areas of Nairobi that have really been serious about getting their would-be leaders to tell them in advance what they plan to do, Langata, Kileleshwa. And so we're going to have the folks from Langata talk to us about a couple of things this morning and what they are really demanding of their would-be leaders and how they are vetting aspirants for the upcoming poll. So we'll hear from two of them this morning. We're also going to talk to the UDA side of things and their race to State House and what their manifesto is going to have in store. We're also going to talk about sharing of mineral revenue from the county government of Taita Taveta will be in the hot seat this morning. So quite a number of conversations that we'll be reflecting today, and join us as we do that. Let's take a look at the worrying numbers of COVID right now. More and more people have masks up, more and more people being really careful about what happens in terms of infections. And this is because the Ministry of Health has told us that in the last 24 hours, 427 new cases of COVID have been found. This is from a sample size of 3,307. It now gives Kenya a positivity rate of 12.9%, significantly higher than what we saw yesterday. Yesterday we were at just under 10%. Today, 2.9% in terms of an increment. 80 new recoveries, 0 recorded deaths, which is a good thing. But these numbers that we are seeing are not encouraging at all. Yes, we do know that the weather is playing a part here, and that it does play a major factor then contributing to the spread of any kind of flu virus. But the number of people that we're seeing being infected with COVID, eyebrow-raising situation. 12.9% positivity rate is where Kenya is at the moment, and it continues to be that if you have not been vaccinated, please do come out and get vaccinated, get double vaxxed, get your booster shots, and then maintain all COVID protocols. We know what those are. Maintain social distance, keep your hands clean, maintain hygiene, as well as donning masks. We've all got to do the same. We're looking at worldwide numbers of 543,091,611, and looking at stories coming out where, Japan is reopening to tourists. Canada is lifting its mask mandate. Dozens of cases of COVID being found in China. The question then remains for them, not even a question, but the statement remains for them that their policy on COVID is zero. Zero COVID policy is what they have. Let's take one last look at a story in Kenya. Lifting of COVID curbs double foreign travel spend. Top government officials more than doubled their spending on foreign travel in the 9 months to March, highlighting Treasury's struggle to cut down on wasteful expenditure. The latest data from the Control of Budget shows that the officials splashed 3.95 billion shillings in the period under review, reflecting a 160% jump from 1.151 billion shillings in a similar period last year. MPs and senators led the way with the highest jump of 775% to 1.05 billion, followed by the Treasury with a jump of 525% to 58.76 million. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs came third with an increase of 59.28% to splash 1.5 billion shillings on foreign trips. So as soon as the doors were open, everybody said, where have we not been? Let's go. And it's looking like an issue here. With the opening, then comes double expenditure. The government then was able to save a significant amount of money than when travel had been curbed. And so now the question is it not possible to continue running business even when folks don't travel? And so this is something that is being looked at now to say, okay, so how are we going to be able to curb spending now that basically the floodgates have been opened? That's what we're looking at with COVID. We're going to say hello to you in a short while. Let us know where you are and what you're up to. Thanks already for joining us in the Situation Room this morning. We'll say hello to you in a bit. Let's take a look at the weather and then come back and say hello. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Good morning.
Thank you.
The political class, the contestants, everybody is trying to outsteal the other.
Remorse is not taught in any school. Manners is something you get from your mother. You don't get it from your political party.
Why are we so unfocused as a country? Why are we spending money and resources? Yet we have real challenges in this country.
This coronavirus pandemic should teach us one thing, that universal healthcare is critical. Because at this point, whether you have a medical card that covers you, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
.15 degrees and cloudy conditions in Nairobi, highs of 25 and lows of 14 today. It's clear at 13 in Nakuru, highs of 25 and lows of 13 at 14 degrees. Mostly cloudy in Nyeri, we'll see highs of 23 and lows of 13, while it's clear in Eldoret at 12. It'll go to highs of 25 and lows of 11. 23 degrees and light rain in Mombasa, highs of 29 and lows of 23, while rain showers in Malindi at 26. It'll go to highs of 29. Kisumu, 17 degrees and clear. We'll see highs of 28 and lows of 17, while it's clear at 17 in Kakamega. It'll go to highs of 28. Mostly clear conditions in Kampala at 19. We'll see highs of 28 and lows of 18, while in Dar es Salaam, it's mostly clear at 22. We'll see highs of 31, back down to lows of 22. It's 3 degrees, slightly warmer than it was yesterday in Johannesburg. We'll see highs of 16 today. Mostly clear conditions at 24 this Friday in Lagos. Highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 30 in a clear Kinshasa, currently at 21. Friday afternoon reads 27 and clear in Beijing, highs of 31 and lows of 22. Looking into Paris, it's clear at 17, highs of 34 today, going well into summer, and 19 degrees and clear in London. We'll see highs of 32 and lows of 18. And around things out in New York, well, it's still Thursday night and mostly cloudy at 21. Coming into Friday, that'll be the high, coming to lows of 20.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM.
Standard Group's Farm Kenya initiative is the umbrella entity for all agriculture-related channels, activities and investments. The media platforms under the Farm Kenya initiative include the Smart Harvest Weekly Pullout in the Saturday Standard, KTN Farmers TV, a 24-hour agribusiness TV station, Maisha Kilimo, a weekly agriculture show on Radio Maisha, AgriTalk on SpiceFM's morning show The Situation Room, and Grind na Agribiz on Vibes Radio morning show Morning Vibes. Find us online at www.farmers.co.ke, an integrated website that creates and aggregates agri-content, hosts a digital marketplace, and wide range of agri-data. Other platforms include specialized events such as the annual Mkulima Expo, quarterly Farmers Kenya Breakfast, and dedicated social media platforms at Farm Kenya 254. Farm Kenya, working to secure your growth.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
At 19 minutes after 6 o'clock. Thanks for joining us, folks, this morning. It's looking really good on this side.
Right.
Thanks for those
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
And we say thank you for joining us in this final day of the week on Kenya's Biggest Conversation. So who's online? Willie Bazu says good morning. What was it you said that you're the other day? Azuzu. Bazuzu. Okay. It's always in my head when I see Willie's name. Well, you're not a Zuzu. Good morning, tuned in from Mombasa County. Have a great weekend ahead to you too, Francis. Benson Kiplagat is tuned in from Bomet County, which, by the way, is County 036. Juma Mubarak, good morning. Duncan from Kitale. Kitale. Amos Freeman is tuned in as well from Kimilili, and he says good morning. He says they'll vote Wajakoya the 5th. Okay. Okay. People are putting forth their political aspirations here. Kennedy Ogodo says good morning. Good morning and happy morning. Tuned in from Mombasa. That's where Robert Mbogo is this morning. All right. Getting into the swing of things this morning. We see you guys. Thanks for joining us. We don't take it for granted. Good morning this Friday and Karibu Sana. We're going to kick off this with today's proverb.
We are still on the islands of East Africa. Islands in the Indian Ocean. Today we are in Pemba. We'll be in Pemba today and on Monday, God willing.
All right.
Right. The maker of a wooden spoon saves his hands from fire. Maker of a wooden spoon saves his hands from fire.
Or any spoon for that matter. But okay, wooden spoon. Sound.
Yes.
Okay.
But wooden spoon better because metallic spoon
Conduct heat. Yeah.
Yes.
I get it.
Wooden spoon, not conductor.
Yep.
Make sense?
It does.
Right.
Makes a lot of sense. Other things that make sense this morning, getting yourself hooked on to the Standard e-paper, standardmedia.co.ke/e-paper, and get a chance to see what's happening in the news at the click of a button, really anywhere that you go, for really, really rational pricing. And what's in the in terms of contents that you can see this morning: my thug or modern day Robin Hood. The poor adored him while the rich wished he never lived in their midst. You could be an active member of this community online every day. That's a Standard e-paper. e-paper/standardmedia.co.ke. Join the community. All right, let's see what's going on in the news and in the papers. There's quite a lot that happened in 24 hours and still continues as we go along. The story still continues of degrees, and in this kind of degree, we're not talking about the temperature of heat or cold, but what you actually get when you do go to school. On the front page of the Standard has done a look at who the next First Lady might be. One of these respected women, a preacher, a high school teacher, flight attendant, and judge, will succeed Margaret Kenyatta as First Lady, a supportive role to the presidency. They have explored who the wives of the presidential candidates are. That should make for some interesting reading. But what splashed across the front page of The Nation today, now Sakaja faces arrest for forgery. My goodness. When it rains, it pours, isn't it?
It most certainly does, doesn't it?
It does. Let's look into this probe. The embattled Nairobi senator was last evening in the crosshairs of an international criminal investigation over his degree certificate, with Ugandan officials demanding proof of his admission to Team University, evidence he paid tuition fees, and his transcripts. That is what was happening on the Uganda side. In Nairobi, the Directorate of Criminal Investigations confirmed that Mr. Sakaja and officials of the university were under investigation for transnational crime. How much stickier can this get, for goodness sake? What is going on? So it seems that we've gone from, interestingly, Pemba talked about the fire. In this case, it looks like folks are going from the frying pan into the fire. All right, so we give you details of this story. The DCI links Sakaja to global crime ring as fake degree saga takes another twist. Nairobi Senator Johnson Sakaja was last night facing arrest after the Directorate of Criminal Investigations said that he was a suspect in an international crime syndicate, even as his fake degree saga drew in Ugandan authorities. DCI boss George Kinoti last evening said Mr. Sakaja and officials of Team University in Uganda, where the United Democratic Alliance candidate for the Nairobi gubernatorial race claims to have acquired a degree, are suspects in an international organized crime syndicate. Good golly. We will not surrender our capital city to frauds, according to Kinoti. We will involve all international agencies in investigating and prosecuting anyone involved in academic fraud. I'm already tired. The dramatic escalation of a row over Mr. Sakaja's eligibility to vie for Nairobi governorship apparently followed the intervention of Ugandan Education Minister Janet Museveni, who also happens to be the wife of
the president.
Voila.
Yoweri Museveni.
Exactly. She reportedly sent government officials to seek evidence of Mr. Sakaja's time at the institution. The officials, we understand, demanded evidence of Mr. Sakaja's admission letter, proof of payment of tuition fees, date of admission, and proof of coursework done. Because, you remember some of these things. There'll be a term paper somewhere, right? Sakaja faces a 3-year jail term if a court finds that he forged his academic degree certificate and transcripts. Any person who forges any document or electronic record is guilty of an offence, which, unless otherwise stated, is a felony, and he or she is liable unless owing to circumstances of forgery or the nature of the thing forged. Some other punishment is provided to imprisonment of 3 years, according to Section 349 of the Penal Code. The embattled senator alluded to threats of arrest in a charged post on Facebook Wednesday while defending his degree certificate. And he said, "Not even threats to arrest me will dim our resolve to serve the people of Nairobi. The people of Nairobi have resoundingly rejected your, President Uhuru Kenyatta's project, and we are looking forward to electing their own."
Who said that?
Mr. Sakaja. Mr. Sakaja had defended his degree, which had been questioned by a petitioner who asked the Electoral Commission's Dispute Resolution Committee to revoke his clearance to run for the governor's seat. A university degree from an accredited institution is among the requirements to secure clearance to vie for the top county seat.
You know, page 8 of the Star has an interesting twist to this particular story. Yeah?
Yes.
The headline is Ruto, Deep State called Uganda State House over Sakaja degree. Okay? It's like a rejoinder.
Okay.
Says the Jubilee government should leave the Nairobi senator alone as he is qualified. Okay. Deputy President William Ruto claims the Deep State made calls to State House and Entebbe, Uganda over Nairobi Senator Johnson Sakaja's degree. This is as Ruto questioned Azimio la Umoja's presidential candidate Raila Odinga's academic credentials. Questioned. Okay. Raila's press secretary, Dennis Onsarigo, however, told off the DP, saying Raila was already cleared by the IEBC. Okay? He is a sinking boat. We all know where the bulk of leaders lacking academic credentials are. They are in Kenya Kwanza, he said. Now, I have to ask this question. What are we really talking about here? Is it about the qualifications of the lack of them thereof? Or are we talking about a mudslinging contest? Or are we talking about choices having consequences?
I think it's a combination of all of these factors. But unfortunately, look at how far south this thing has gone in just a matter of hours. We're looking at less than 3 days and everything seems to be flying out the window at a rapid rate. Because here we were initially saying that you needed certain requirements then to be cleared for the position of governor, right? And then petitioners come about because of something you haven't had said or not said. Others then not given the clearance because of one thing or the other. And then now here we're talking about transnational fraud. How has this hurtled so quickly left? That it seems that there's a mixing of so many issues that it's ambiguous at best. What exactly are we dealing with here? Are we dealing with an individual then suddenly who's on the wrong side of rain? Are we dealing with an individual who should not have said certain things with his mouth and then he's in certain trouble? Or are we actually genuinely looking at a case where somebody has not provided the requirements that the IEBC has asked for? Which for me is the issue. At the end of the day, this thing is very simple. It's black, it's white. Do you have a degree certificate from an accredited institution, then verified by the CUE? That is it. Do you see all these other things? They don't matter. All these other things don't matter. But the minute that you cast doubt on whether there is one or not, this is where the problem that we are seeing today. City, have you seen that we're not even asking the question at the end of the day, does the fella have a degree or not? And
No.
can that question be answered with a yes or no?
Well, you know, the claims that I read about were highlighted in a place called Nyamira, Manga, to be specific. And he asked specific questions. This is the deputy president. He said, if anyone with a question and wants to question credentials, academic credentials, they should question that of your Azimio presidential candidate.
Actually, no. That's like saying, what would you like to eat today? And I say, okay, I would like some cornflakes. Then you say, that's really nice. How about I offer you rice and stew?
And yet you asked what...
And yet I told you that I want cornflakes. But yeah, you've taken what I've said and you've chucked it out the window and you've given me a total... You know, it doesn't play here at all.
It goes on further. Before you start telling us anything, your presidential candidate Raila should show us where he's cool. Stop the conmanship. Now, you see, the discussions about our politics, as you say, some of the discussion seems to have gone completely south. What really, again, I'm asked the question, are we talking about here? Okay? We have institutions whose duty it is to verify these matters.
Yep.
Now, is it possible for those whose qualifications have been queried or have been questioned to come forth? Yes, and say, folks, in response to what the IEBC has said, or the CUE, this is my response.
Exactly. Yes. And in the absence of such an action, that is why we have all this speculation that we are seeing today. Because you, the principal, of whom a question is being asked, we have not seen, we have not heard. We've heard all the other things that are coming around. We've heard all the other this, that, the other thing, witch hunt, blah, blah. But have you come out unequivocally to say, yes, I do, or no, I do not have a valid degree certificate? That's it. That's it.
More of these things will come to the fore, and the discussion can only get hotter. And at the eye of this particular storm will be the IEBC.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Like I've been saying. Because at the end of the day, folks, if you cleared him in the beginning, what did you use to clear him? And then can you come back later and actually revoke it? And on what grounds?
Yes, exactly. Exactly, because he was cleared.
Yes, he was.
Yes.
So then somebody's got to ask a question of you.
You know, there is always this question of giving something a second look or having a second thought. Okay? Sometimes it's called changing one's mind. What do you do when you're presented with facts that you previously did not have? Or facts that go beyond, you have a mandate, you use whatever is at your disposal, and then information is brought to you. Do you ignore the information or do you look at the information?
No, you can't. I mean, even in courts of law, when you're in a trial, for example, and when you started to present your case, there was a certain amount of evidence that you had before you that was going to either help or harm your case, right?
Yes.
So somewhere along the line, you get some evidence. What you do, you go to the judge and you say, Your Honor, in light of the new evidence that has been found, can we then please have some more time in order to interrogate this evidence and then see if necessary to bring it before your good court, right? Yes, that is absolutely fine. But in this case, what we're talking about, CT, is that the instruments for this clearance were all provided. There's nothing like new evidence that this individual has brought to you. They brought everything to you. You looked at it from A to B, to A to Z, we can assume. And you said it was all right.
Yes.
There was no new evidence that was entered. There was no new evidence that was entered.
Then suddenly.
Then out of the blue, where did it come from?
So we're saying, are we, that the people that we are shining a spotlight on are the IEBC?
That's who I've been shining the spotlight on for the last few days. That's what I've been saying. These guys who are doing this thing, they cannot, the stain is also on them. If Johnson, Sakajo, or anybody else has to wear the scarlet letter, so does the IEBC.
You see, the question that is also asked is, do we actually need, I mean, this is almost an extraterrestrial question. Do we actually have to insist on these degrees? Must we?
You know, that's a conversation that we could start today and not finish by Monday.
Actually, I am going to nip it in the bud. And I'm going to ask, a lot of, when we talk about the law, the things that determine whether a matter goes forward and in which direction it takes is something called precedence. Okay?
Yes.
If indeed in this particular country, this country that we live in, to get certain jobs, whether it is within the government or in the private sector, in whatever sphere, in whatever discipline, you are required to have a minimum of a degree. A minimum.
Yeah.
In many. Others will require diploma. Others will tell you certificate. And that's slowly going out of
the window.
Yes, exactly. Some will say a master's degree. That's a requirement. The question then that was asked, and has been asked, is what then should we require of people whom we're going to give the mandate to actually make decisions for us as a country, to make decisions for all the citizenry of this country? What should we require of them?
And shouldn't the threshold then be higher?
Precisely. So the issue of the degree, much as we discuss it, I think the perspective is important.
Indeed, it is. It's 27 or 26 minutes to 7 o'clock. Let's take a look at what's happening on the roads this morning in terms of traffic. We're going to come back and continue taking a look at what is happening in the news locally and around the world. Good morning.
Forgiveness is always conditional. Even before God, there's nothing like unconditional forgiveness.
Government doesn't pay you pension until you retire. In fact, they have no money for you. The day you retire, they look for it.
This country is punishing many young people these young people are more susceptible to be deceived, to be taken advantage of, and they're more susceptible to be bought off.
Let us also talk about where we want our country to go. You know, we are a population of very young people.
We're in a state of capture. The judiciary is under duress. Parliament is in the pocket of the executive. You don't sit and wait for the regime to topple itself. It will never do so.
By the way, let me tell you, these guys are so persuasive. I'm telling you, they can persuade you to sell your grandmother. I'm telling you, they can sell sand in the desert.
City, has anybody on this program said to you as a guest, saying, "Oh, shut up, we don't want to be told what to do"? Has anybody that kind of? Has anybody been
I will not listen.
A bit of advice? Because you're working on the premise that we should all pay heed to these proverbs. It's a very suspect notion.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Okay, so we're looking at that build-up of traffic on Jogga Road this morning, getting out towards Landis and then through into the city. On Mombasa Road, doesn't look too bad. Langata Road, as you're getting towards the exit on the exchange, is where you see most of the action now. It is going to build up, that I can guarantee you. Let's take a look at coming out of Westlands on Waiaki Way. James Gishiro is feeding onto Waiaki Way, and we don't have any problems there at all. Unless you want to take a free and fancy ride through on the Red Hill Link Road, there's the option to doing that. We're seeing the most action on the Thika Superhighway this morning in and outbound traffic. It is the weekend and a lot of folks leaving the city for the next couple of days and to be back. So we will see some outbound traffic on the Thika Superhighway, and that has already begun. And we're also seeing on Kiambu Road in and outbound traffic. It's bumper to bumper in some parts. Manyanja Road is feeding off onto Outer Ring, as is Kangundo Road and Juja Road this morning. But then as you get past the junction of Allsops on the other side, you should be all right. On the Eastern Bypass as well, we'll see some action as well. Just as you get to that AP Training College, it's going to stop for you a little bit here in terms of bumper to bumper, but you should be all right. Lunga Lunga is also doing the thing. It's going to join with Likoni onto the interchange on Mombasa Road. But apart from that, it's looking all right. The CBD is taking a hit this morning as well. Let's talk in a bit and see what happens. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127 and let's keep things moving this Friday.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Are you looking for employment and are tired of sending job applications without any response? Gone with no response? Tarmacking is now a thing of the past thanks to Skiza. Dial star 811 star 1 star 21 hash and subscribe to a ringback tune that reflects your qualifications only for 1.5 bob a day. And your callers will know your credentials and send you opportunities they come across. Set the tone with Skiza.
21 minutes to 7 o'clock. Still taking a look at what's going on in our news this morning. CT, what do you have?
Well, what I have is something that moves us away from politics. EACC to monitor wealth of ex-state staff for 10 years. Parliament proposes changes in the lifestyle audit bill that was approved by Senate yesterday. Remember I mentioned it?
Yes, you did.
And I said, there's this thing that is seeking approval so that certain individuals...
So that that particular component will not then be made public.
Yes, so that the public will not know what it is that certain individuals own. Okay?
Yes.
Public servants, including the president, his deputy, cabinet secretaries, MPs, and county executives, will be put on the radar of the anti-graft watchdog for 10 years after exiting service. Executive of state-owned firms and other senior civil servants who leave office after being suspected of theft of billions of billions of shillings in taxpayer money will also be trailed for a decade. This is after Parliament proposed additional changes to the lifestyle bill. Okay? And I turn my pages to page 4 page 4, where the story continues.
Yes.
This was approved by the Senate during its last sitting yesterday ahead of August 9th general election. The lifestyle audit bill sponsored by nominated Senator Furahi Ali Haji mainly seeks to entrench integrity in the public service, how I don't understand, and offer guidelines on the vetting of state officers suspected of living beyond their known income. Anyway, what I liked about it, the story, by the way, goes on, quotes sections of the law, tells us about the act and what happens when someone ceases to be a public officer. But what I particularly like about the headlines was just when you think it is safe to get out of the water,
something drags you back in.
Precisely, you will be monitored. Whereas your declaration form will not be made public, but you will be followed.
You will be. They will ask questions.
And they will ask questions. And if something doesn't add up, the book will be thrown at you.
Sheesh.
Yes. If this were to actually happen, this indeed would be a good thing. But having said that, that's a rosy picture that I'm painting. Why was this thing being discussed on the last day of the Senate? Why? Why couldn't it be discussed earlier so that a lot more could be said about it?
Well, isn't it interesting that maybe when you want to give a final piece of information before it's passed, that you do it when you're in the car, and then you have the key in the ignition, you shut the door, you put the key in the ignition, the windows down, then you just shout,
then you take off.
So you're left with the information. Whatever you're going to do with it, it's been passed, we are done, we are gone.
And that's up to you. So
it's up to you. You've been told. So can't you see why somebody would want to do that, especially if it was a contentious issue?
It is a contentious issue because what we are then saying is that there's a different yardstick for judging other people, because other citizens can have their report, their wealth, their declaration aired in public. But then specific individuals cannot. So a different yardstick
for different people.
Playing favorites?
Absolutely.
Now, discrimination?
Indeed.
Now, is that not a direct violation of people's rights in this country?
If anything, it is.
Yes.
The Auditor General has been busy. The Office of the Auditor General has been busy. Nancy Gathongo and her team have been unearthing things left, right and centre. And the Uwezo Fund chiefs have not been left out. This one is a lot of money, 4 billion. 4 billion is the one with 9 zeros CT.
In Kenya shillings, yeah?
In Kenya shillings, 9 zeros after 4. Okay? You have to get to 900 million. Then you get to 999 million. Then you get to 1 billion.
How many zeros? 9?
9 zeros.
Okay, fine.
Then now you add another, then you get to 2. Then you add another, you get to 3. Then now when you add another, you get to 4. Now,
many?
It's many. Now that is a number that the Auditor General is saying, these guys at the Uwezo Fund really can't tell you where it went. When government spokesperson Cyrus Oguna on the 6th of June convened the Seminar Spox Forum, a carefully scripted public relations exercise that offers positive publicity to government programs, the Uwezo Fund was among the 3 featured. What was clear, however, was the differences in viewpoints between the fund's CEO, Mr. Peter Lengapiani, and the audience on the same issue. So far, Uwezo Fund Oversight Board has disbursed a total of 7.1 billion to all the constituencies as loans to 76,474 groups. The absorption rate of the fund stands at 106.75%, implying that all the funds allocated to the constituencies have been dispersed to the groups of youth, women, and people living with disabilities. Follow me so far? Now, Mr. Jacob Okanga Jagongo, who was following, the discussion between being streamed live through the government spokesman's Facebook page, said, how do we apply for these funds? Anybody who has applied and received the funds, please share. Here, now, Tuone, exposing the discontent about the publicly funded program created to boost access to cheap credit by youth, women, and people living with disabilities. Mr. Legapiani said the fund had reached more than 10 million Kenyans since inception. A majority of the audience appeared unaware of its mandate, while others indicated that it had been inaccessible. Nothing more difficult in Kenya than accessing the Uwezo Fund, according to one Collins Pondi. At the moment, we have 1.2 billion shillings in our accounts, and I would like to urge young people to access this funding. adding that Uwezo had supported 49,000 women groups, 25,000 youth groups, and 1,900 PWD groups. What the CEO did not say at the PR event, however, was that when the Auditor General knocked on his door asking to see the list of groups supported by the fund over the years, there was none. He also failed to disclose that some of the fund's constituency offices shut down years ago and that taxpayers are staring at a loss of at least 4.6 billion shillings pumped into the fund, but which the management cannot account for. In Auditor General Nancy Gathungu's report on the fund for the year ending June 2021, she flagged the fund for internal control weaknesses in its administration at the constituency level, risking the loss of at least 4.6 billion. Gathungu identified that the fund management issued loans without proper procedure and had lacked proper means to ensure repayment. So one of two things is happening here. Loans were being given out to various groups, women, youth, people living with disabilities, and they're not paying back. Or they're saying they're loaning out this money, but they're actually not, because there's no list of loanees, there is no paper trail of who money was given to and how they have been repaying. However, we have the CEO telling people, please come and take these loans. And the people who are having this conversation with him, you know how the pastor will say, turn to your neighbor and say it's a good day. In this case, when they say, turn to your neighbor and tell us your Uwezo Fund loan, there's nothing. Right? There's nothing. Nancy Gathungu, unfortunately, I really feel like this woman or anybody who's been in the Auditor General's office can do no more, because that is their job. Their job is to report anomalies that they have seen. They cannot prosecute, they cannot ask, they cannot investigate beyond that. So she said, look here, from what we've seen, we've asked questions, there are no books. 4.6 billion shillings is missing, there's no account. Offices closed down, can't talk to anybody, money lost. Uwezo Fund. Uwezo in Swahili means you're able.
To enable.
Now, it has enabled you to see that 4.6 billion shillings is lost.
If indeed the Auditor General's reports were taken seriously in this country, a lot of the issues that we discuss around the subject of corruption would not be difficult to resolve. Because even in the days when we had a single party state, believe me, the Auditor General's reports were the same.
It's a report.
They're reporting.
It's like the weather.
Yes.
16 degrees.
Yes, we looked, this is what we found, and here it is. And I remember in the days of that single party state, there'd be attacks on why this guy is picking on the government. Picking. The person simply reports what they have found. Okay? Even Ms. Gathungu's predecessor came under some very serious fire.
Yes, he did.
One Mr. Okoh came under very serious fire on some of the reports that he gave. Again, the Auditor General just reports. Just reports. Yes. If something isn't adding up, they'll say, this is what we found. You know, I was talking to somebody who understands accounting, and they told me, because my question was, what is an audit query?
Yes.
I said, look, when we audit, what we do, we look at your books of accounts, your expenditure, whatever it is that it involves, and we look at the documentation that supports what you've presented. If you present documentation and it doesn't add up, we query.
Yes. We put a question mark.
We just query. Okay. And we say, could you please explain to us how this happened? Even if you give us evidence and we have an issue, we'll still query. Now, by the time something gets to the headlines, it means we've asked for evidence and we've asked for you to give us a rejoinder, and you haven't. Or if you have, it's not satisfactory.
Yes. It still doesn't make sense for us.
Doesn't make sense.
That the report, the way it has been created, or the way it has been designed, if things don't balance, the system itself will raise something.
You know, government funds are very directional in the sense that they are given for specific purposes. So if you say you spent money on school milk, and there is no budget for school milk, you'll be told, so where did you get the money to buy the school milk? Because it's not catered for.
There's a spot of a problem.
Yes, there's a bit of a problem there. By the same, if indeed you say you loaned out money, okay, all right, fine. There's a process, isn't it? And with the process, there's documentation to show that process, isn't it?
Yes.
So where is it?
Exactly.
Oh, where are they?
But see, this is a thing for me, that in the last couple of days, because we understand this is busy season for the Auditor General, that we're seeing a lot more of these things, because this is at the time where they've been doing the work for some time,
Yes.
and then the reports are coming out. It's not as though the Auditor General have been sitting pretty and then waiting for this administration to be going out the door and then they start doing the work. No, they've been doing them. So a lot of financial years are coming to an end. So this is when they do this. Like you're saying, the onus then would be on state to say, hold on a minute, guys, what's going on? If this is what the Auditor General is telling us, there's no bias. Her job is to do exactly this. There's no bias that can be read into this. We ought to do something about this. Because between Monday and today, we've seen quite a number of issues come out from her office. And we're talking about not less than 50 billion shillings having been lost. 50 billion shillings. Quantify that in terms of what can be sorted out in this country. 50 billion shillings cannot be accounted for. That is misappropriation on steroids. What are we doing? And then nobody's asking, oh, okay, she has reported. Okay, no problem. Let's just move along. No biggie. Right? No big deal.
It will be a big deal. And it's going to be a big deal in the coming days. You see, people cannot wantonly plunder as people who have the might and the power to do so have done in this country. And they think the day of reckoning always comes. You may not think so. You may fool yourself. It doesn't. It will come. It will come. And then you can look for people to blame. You can look for people to point fingers towards. You can look for people who are looking after you, people who are looking for you, people who are chasing. You do your bit. But again, in such matters, the evidence will speak for itself. Yes.
Okay. There's a pay dispute that's going on at the cargo, and there's been delays at the port because of 1, 2, 3. Importers using the Mombasa port are experiencing delays in cargo delivery and collection following a payment dispute between the Kenya Ports Authority and the Kenya Railways Corporation and shipping lines. How about that? Brother and sister are fighting. It has been seen that several containers are stuck at different port facilities in Mombasa and Nairobi after KPA, which is owed billions of shillings by KRC and shipping lines, suspended collection of cargo until all debts are cleared. In correspondences, KPA has been writing to shipping lines, which also use the standard gauge railway to ferry cargo to Nairobi and Mombasa to clear their areas, in vain forcing them to take this action. So, okay, guys, we are the ones who are supposed to move your things or clear your things, right? Well, we're not going to do it anymore. Pay us the money that you owe us. Let's move this thing along. And until you pay in full, we're not even talking. This is a follow-up notice which we sent 2 months ago. We bring to your attention that your account has unpaid debt and is operating way above your bank guarantee. A cursory look into your account reveals that there are invoices aged over 30 days. The authority's credit policy 2021 stipulates that invoices should settle within 6 days from the date of invoice. This is a letter to shipping lines from KPA's credit control department. KPA has asked shipping line to liaise with KRC to clear the arrears before the end of June, which also marks the end of the government's financial year. Yesterday, the Kenya Transport Association said its members had been affected by the suspension of services, as you can imagine. What is happening is affecting delivery of cargo since importers pay upfront for any service rendered by KPA, the SGR, and shipping lines. This is according to Newton Wango, who is the KTA chairman. KTA also accused the government of forcing them to use the SGR despite increasing inefficiencies leading to high transport costs. The dispute comes just weeks after Industrial and Commercial Development Corporation chairman John Ngumi's 2-year term ended last month, sparking a management crisis. Nobody at the helm, and all this is happening down below, and it looks like it might just get stickier as people are waiting to clear their imports.
There's a story on page 6 of the Business Daily.
Okay.
CS backs scrapping of fuel subsidy as kitty to hit 84 billion. The kitty that is being referred to here is the fuel subsidy.
Okay.
Okay, the kitty that's being referred to here is the what? Petroleum Development Levy. Okay. And the CS whom we're talking about here is the Energy Cabinet Secretary, Monica Juma. There's been this discussion by Treasury to discontinue the fuel stabilization scheme that will usher in a new era of high fuel prices. Now, Ms. Juma, Dr. Juma, said yesterday that the spike in global prices of crude oil past the $100 per barrel mark. It has strained the government spending due to the sharp rise in compensation gaps to oil marketers to keep pump prices low. If you read this story further, it tells you that the subsidy kitty that is supposed to support the Petroleum Development Levy has been depleted several times since last year due to a sharp increase in compensation margins to oil marketers. Just last year. There's no issue of the years before that. And this particular kitty has been in existence for a while. It didn't start last year, okay? Saying the depletion of the kitty has forced the government to allocate funds to the subsidy through supplementary budgets in the current financial year. Now, fuel has 7. Yes. When you hear fuel, levies attached to just fuel in this country, there are 7 in total. Now, last year is when this problem arose, when the kitty was depleted. Now, what about the other years when the kitty was not depleted? Right? And this kitty that was depleted, how much is it really? How much does this kitty collect every single year? We hear of the expenditure. We hear we spend this. Okay, fine. What did you collect? What did you have? So that we know what was used and what was. The arithmetic, I'm sure, exists somewhere. I just haven't seen it. But what I'm saying is this. So you allow prices to follow what you call market, to be controlled by market forces.
Yes.
All right. And it gets to 200. Yes. Now, the costs of living that we're complaining about will skyrocket. Automatically, it will skyrocket. So now,
already they're at the sky.
Yeah. So what exactly is the purpose here? What is this thing that the government plans to do that one doesn't fully understand? Because it isn't as though the government has been forking out money towards this end. The report says last year is when they started. Okay? And by the way, the fallacy in this statement, if you ask me, the levy is a percentage.
Yes, it is.
So when you increase fuel prices, what you collect also increases. So I'm saying this because I don't understand.
But you see, in all of these things, I mean, just think about it. We've been asking questions since we started at 6 o'clock. That the very basic question is not being answered. Like what you've just said. Where does the money go? And there should be clean lines of accounting for it. You will see that in other countries whereby there's a levy or there is an amount that is taken from a certain thing, maybe it's used to build a road, maybe it's used to erect something else, there's a clear signage in terms of where the money came from and what it was used for. Where does it go? Where does it go? Where is it? What is it used for? If you can't answer that question, if you can't answer that question in simple black and white, then we have a problem with all these other things that we see. And I guess that's the theme of the conversations that we're having today. When you cannot answer with clean lines about a very simple question, then we have a problem.
We do have a problem because, you see, we know they're saying that if a litre of fuel right now costs 159 and 140 for diesel, and without the subsidy, it would cost 184.68 shillings to 188 respectively. Now, that is not difficult to understand. Simple question.
Yeah.
When this money is collected, how much is it? Yes? Because every time you buy fuel, you're collecting money. Every time. And it's a percentage.
Yes.
So you increase the cost of fuel, you also collect more because it's a percentage of more.
City, by the time all of these marketers have bought their fuel,
yes,
as government, you've received that money.
Yes.
You've received the money.
Yes.
So when you're coming to buy it at the pump, it's going to the marketers because they've already paid. So the government long before has received this money. So where did it go at that point?
I'm asking further, how much is it?
How much is it?
There's all these levies. How much do we get from it so that we can understand when you see the government has to subsidy, okay, we understand this is what was spent. And I will ask and say, okay, in the previous years when this didn't happen, where did that money go to?
Where did the money go? We're coming around to 7 o'clock in Kenya's biggest conversation. The Deputy Governor of Taita Taveta County will be in the hot seat after the break at 7 o'clock. Some questions about mineral movement and how we can make it work for the county. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. It's 7 o'clock.
spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Senate Speaker Ken Lusaka has called on lawmakers who will make up the 13th Parliament to prioritize the passage of the impeachment law, which will assist in facilitating a more effective process. In his final communication to the senators before the Senate adjourned indefinitely, Lusaka regretted that the Senate under his leadership could not finalize the impeachment procedure bill.
And pursuant to Standing Order number 29.4, the Senate resolves to 1. Alter its calendar and defer the Senate in adjournment, and 2. Holding a sitting on Tuesday, 21st June 2022, 10 a.m. to transact business which shall be scheduled by the Senate Business Committee. As manner of that opinion say aye, as manner of the contrary of you say nay, the ayes have it.
The Speaker, who is a front-runner in the Bungoma gubernatorial race, stated that it is important for MPs to seal legal and governance loopholes which had been highlighted during the impeachment process of the governors Granton Samboja, Anwar Guru, Mohamed Abdi Mohamud, Ferdinand Oititu and Mike Sonko respectively.
Honorable Senators, at a personal level, it was an honor to serve you as your Speaker. And a pleasure and privilege to work with each and every one of you. My interactions with you here in the chamber, within the precincts of Parliament, and at various localities are what have kept me, inspired me, and kept me going, even when times were tough. Every day I have learned from you, and you made me a better speaker, a better leader, and more importantly, a better human being, and that I will never take for granted.
Victory is the only thing that all of us were looking for here. And I know that when we are going into the elections in the next few months, or rather in the next few days, all sides will be fighting for victory.
The Senate will adjourn on Tuesday next week. Now, IEBC is today expected to meet with various stakeholders to address the shortcomings identified in the voter register. Within 4 days from today, the IEBC is expected to hold meetings to ensure that defects identified by the KPMG responsible for inspecting the voter register are addressed before unveiling the register by June 20th, which is Monday next week. Among the issues that need to be addressed are the removal of 246,465 names of dead voters, 481,711 voters who have been registered more than once, and 226,143 persons who have been registered using fake documents. The IEBC is also expected to explain if it has addressed reports that voters were illegally transferred from their voting stations, and if at all legal action has been taken against the responsible officers. Meanwhile, the IEBC Dispute Resolution Committee dismissed the petition filed by Third Way Alliance leader Okoh, demanding that Azimio presidential candidate be blocked from the August 9th elections. The committee said it does not have the powers to make a determination that Raila Odinga's campaign is being funded by the government. Odinga was represented by lawyers including Velma Maumo, who told the tribunal that Odinga's nomination as Azimio flag bearer was done as per the law.
A person who is a registered member of a constituting member political party within the coalition has a right to participate in the nomination of the coalition party and be nominated as the candidate. And it is our submission that Honorable Raila Odinga, who is a member of the Orange Democratic Movement Party, is therefore a member of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party and was duly nominated in accordance with the rules of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party.
At the same time, Safina presidential aspirant Jimmy Wanjigi's request that he cross-examines IEBC chairperson Wafula Chebukati was rejected. The committee's chairperson George Mburu said the committee does not have powers to cross-examine Chebukati over his decision to block Wanjigi from being on the ballot. The committee today continues to give its ruling over various petitions before it, including from Walter Mongare and Ruben Kigame. And Deputy President William Ruto has defended Senator Johnson Sakaja against claims that he lacks valid academic credentials to vie for Nairobi gubernatorial position. According to Ruto, Sakaja meets the constitutional threshold set to contest as governor and maintained that questions being raised regarding the lawmaker's degree certificate are politically motivated. The UDA presidential candidate further claimed that his competitors are doing everything in their power to stop Sakaja from becoming the next governor of Nairobi. This as Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i has warned that protracted controversies surrounding education, integrity and other qualifications of individuals to contest elections could strain security plans. In the August polls, the CS was addressing a conference of Kenyan diplomats on security preparedness, urged for speedy resolution of such disputes. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Alceto. Good morning.
At a few minutes after 7 o'clock, what is it looking like on the streets? It's building up here and there on Mombasa Road today, and we're looking at inbound traffic doing that thing, coming onto Outer Ring and then leading on towards the Eastern Bypass is where there's also some action today. And so everybody's feeding off onto Outer Ring. Kangundo, Juja doing that thing right now, but it's not too terrible coming off Manyanja Road. Okay, the Thika Superhighway has already started to do the rounds. In and outbound traffic is already quite crazy. Coming off of Kiambu Road, coming off Limuru Road as well. Looking into the belly of Gigiri, not too bad. Westlands coming off of Ring Road Westlands, James Gishuru, then joining Wayaki Way. Going out towards the Red Hill Link Road is what a lot of folks are going to use today because they're not interested in getting stuck in this drama that's going on Wayaki Way. Getting into the city centre is where we'll also see the most of it. Langata Road started to build up a while ago, and as you get to the interchange, that's where you'll see a lot of action this morning. But Friday morning is not looking too bad. Outbound traffic is doing the rounds on the Thika Superhighway and likely to stay that way for some time. It is, after all, the weekend. Let's take a look at what it looks like in half an hour. Tell us what's going on in your neck of the woods. Talk to us. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM. This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who...
The only way to start your day this morning, it is 8 minutes after 7 o'clock. Where are you tuned in? Live streams are up on Facebook and YouTube. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Ndu Okoh, CT Muga with you this morning. And our guest for the hour is already in the studio, Deputy Governor Taita Taveta County with us this morning. That conversation will start in a bit. Before we introduce her, let's talk today's proverb, CT.
Right, from Pemba. That's where the proverb is from. A maker of wooden spoons saves his hand from fire. A maker of wooden spoons saves his hand from fire.
Maker of wooden spoons saves his hand from fire.
Yes.
Yep. Otherwise... had to be a wooden spoon, otherwise you would burn yourselves some other way, right?
If it's anything metallic, it will conduct that heat. So, wooden.
Wood is good.
Wood is definitely good.
All right. This morning, we're having a conversation on the sharing of mineral revenue with county government. The Deputy Governor of the County Government of Taita Taveta is with us in the studio this morning. Majala Mlagui, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. It's so exciting to be in the Situation Room.
Well, Karibu, it's good to have you here this morning. I thought to myself earlier when I said, okay, hold on a minute. The Deputy Governor, Taita Taveta County, who might this be? And then here you are.
Imagine that.
I know. Many questions. Many questions to be asked and of course many to be answered. But thank you and welcome to the hot seat. It is hot because there are very many issues to be discussed here. Mineral resources, especially from your county and this area, have been in the limelight for the longest time. And questions have always been, look, should we say that the residents and communities of these areas should then be the ones who enjoy these first before they go national? Or should there be some kind of sharing? So, I mean, we'll get into all of that. So tell us, first of all, as we get into this conversation, Taita Taveta, in terms of development, how have things been? We know what we see. We know conversations that we've had in this room about health, for example, and other things. But tell us, if you were to give an index report of how things have been going in the county over time, over the last 5 years, what would you say?
I would say that there has been some steps taken towards development. Devolution has definitely had an impact on the ground, but there's still a huge journey to be able to realize the aspirations of the people, to be able to realize the prosperity that they would all want to have, similar to what's happening in capital cities, for example. The last 5 years have been extremely challenging because we've had a number of matters happening globally and then internally within our country. Our economy hasn't been the best, and that has affected some of the disbursements coming into the counties. As I speak right now, there's delayed disbursements into all of the counties. However, that's not to excuse some of the matters that have been going on in the counties. We have to be honest with ourselves to say, this is what we've done, and this is what we may have not necessarily done in the most appropriate manner, and this is where we can do much better. So definitely in the sectors of health, definitely in the sectors of water, definitely in sectors of agriculture and supporting our citizens in terms of industrial development, we still have significant ways to go.
I mean, we talk about money not reaching the counties. This is something that everybody complains about. Money from National Treasury having delayed for whatever reason. And then this kind of, it strangles really county operations at the very neck of things, right? Can that be attributed, or rather, can the underdevelopment, which you obviously have highlighted, then be singly attributed to the delay of funds from the National Treasury?
For some counties, you can't exactly attribute it to the delay because some counties have appropriate levels of county local revenue to be able to support some of this development in the various sectors. However, in some of the more rural, and I'll call marginalized counties, a delay in disbursement means a delay in paying suppliers, means a delay in the suppliers being able to actualize some of the development projects that they've been engaged to carry out. A delay in the disbursement means delays in salary payments because there's no other money to supplement that particular activity. So it causes a huge challenge on county governments and their accounting departments to be able to streamline cash flow management, to be able to streamline some of the payments that need to be actualized for the suppliers to be able to go on with the development projects. So if we were talking about, for example, Nairobi or Mombasa or Nakuru or Kilifi even, these are counties that have significant local revenues, own source revenue. So when they have a slight delay, it's a bit easier on them. They're cushioned to some extent, not fully, in being able to do the basic minimums. But for our county, for example, Taita Taveta, we have a local own source revenue of between 250 and 300 million a year. And that means that it barely covers our salary budget.
Recurrent expenditure. Yeah.
Yes, for a month or two, right? So we have to rely on national government.
Your Excellency, what's the potential of the revenue of Taita Taveta County? Not what you collect, potential.
Potential. It's huge. If we were to... Yes, I can't quantify huge. I'm talking ni nyingi sana is what we would say.
Nyingi?
But what
Nyingi? Is it nyingi?
I would say it is this big. We're going to start saying how long is the length of a string, right? But it can only be actualized if we have industrialization within our counties. It can only be actualized if we start looking at what are the best ways of exploiting the comparative advantages of some of our counties. In Taita, we have large tracts of land. Huge. How huge is what would be asking,
I know how huge.
Yeah.
It's massive.
We would need to start actualizing on that potential in terms of livestock ranching, in terms of commercial irrigation and agriculture. We would need to have major investments within the mineral sector to be able to say that this potential has been actualized. But for now, it's a sleeping giant.
Right. So, go ahead.
No, please.
So, I mean, you said something, and to me, it just shouts out that, it should be the opposite, that we don't have any other source of revenue. So when we talk about own source revenue for a lot of counties is what you collect from licenses, business, etc. And that is only enough for recurrent expenditure, salaries, rents, and such, keeping the lights on and the water running where it runs. And so everything else, you're dependent on the national government. But the conversation that we're having today is about mineral resource.
Yes.
For which Taita Taveta is rich, untold. I mean, there's still some mineral deposits that have not even been found yet in this particular part of the country. So my question then is, shouldn't this be then where counties are looking to be able to then be self-sustaining and then even go into surplus? It's there. It's nobody has to say and start to think, where can we find it? It is there. So in terms of going in and saying, what can we do with these? Because I'm going to ask you, what are some of those mineral resources that we are talking about in the first place before we even jump the gun? What are some of the mineral resources that we're talking about that are available in Taita Taveta County, for example?
So in Taita Taveta, we have a number of minerals that are currently being exploited and a number of minerals that are yet to be explored so that we can quantify the mineral deposits and start exploiting them. We have a lot of gemstone mining activities. So this ranges from precious gemstones such as savarite to the less precious stones. We call them the lower value gemstones. I don't like to call them semi-precious because all gemstones are precious to me, that are being exploited by small-scale miners. We then have iron ore deposits and manganese deposits. But the potential for possibly copper, graphite, as well as additional expanding the manganese deposit footprint is large. However, mining is always a very difficult sector to understand because before you start benefiting from this mineral deposits, you have to look for them, you have to quantify them. And quantifying them is what brings the investors onto the ground. So as a country, first of all, even before we get to the county level, as a country, we must be able to complete our mineral survey that is going to quantify what mineral deposits we have across the country and where we need to be concentrating on our investor appeals to come in with exploration dollars, then fully map out these mineral deposits and start the mining activities.
Revenue sharing.
Yes.
what is the ratio that you have with the people who contribute to the revenue that you people have? Taita Taveta County is 17,084 kilometers square.
Yes.
10,649 of that is Savo East and West.
62%.
Precisely.
Uh-huh.
Now, so 7,000 or so, 6,000 point something is left for the wananchi. The rest belongs to wildlife. Then you say you have minerals. We'll go into that in greater detail. Now, what understanding do you have with all these revenue sources about the sharing? Yes, there is what we know is instituted by the national government. Understood. But you as a county.
Now you ask a very complex question. And
Yes,
I say it's complex. So congratulations, CT. And I say it's complex because there's a number of resources that we need to be exploiting as a county.
Mm-hmm.
However, from the constitutional definition of what should go to the county and what should be managed by national government, our hands are slightly tied.
Yes.
So I will talk about, there's the mineral resources,
Yes.
there's the park,
Mhm.
the national park, as you've just rightfully said, is 62% of our county. There's water resources.
Mm-hmm.
And if we look at those three sectors, so first of all, mineral resources are not devolved, which means that we have to rely on national government to be able to bring the share of revenue to the counties. From a national park perspective, the national park is again under KWS. It's not similar to Masai Mara. Masai Mara is controlled by Narok County government. It's a game reserve.
It is a reserve.
So we have been making a lot of pleas, advocating for the reversal of the national park and converting it into a national reserve so that the counties that are bounding Savo National Park enjoy the benefits, so that the 30% or 40% revenue share that needs to be managed by the county governments is actually accessed. Water is another resource that is not managed by the county in terms of revenue collection, if we could call it that. Mzima Springs is in Taita Taveta County.
It is.
The people of Taita Taveta are not enjoying the benefits fully of Mzima Springs.
No, they're not.
The water will stop off in Voi, in some villages in Voi. It doesn't go straight to some of the other villages that require this water desperately and goes straight to Mombasa. So we could say that even the revenue that is being paid for Mzima water should be coming to Taita Taveta County. There has to be a share of that revenue. But currently we're not seeing that happening. So with the park, we looked at two ways of accessing those benefits, the revenue benefits. Either we share the revenue that is being collected at the park gates, or we look at the land charges, because every single piece of land in Kenya has some rent or rate that is being paid.
Sure.
And if the county governments are in charge of rents and rates, then we should be able to charge KWS
And you don't.
some rent. And we can't. Not that we don't. We tried. We can't. Legally, we can't. So at one point in 2019, 2020, His Excellency the President mandated the county governments together with the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife to sit down and try and sort out some form of revenue sharing percentage. It was directed to the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, and currently the discussions are ongoing, but we have not come to a conclusion that would then suitably show the citizen how they'll be benefiting from this park.
Let's go to minerals, shall we?
Definitely.
When people talk of minerals, they talk about gemstones. Okay? I'm looking at your necklace.
Yes.
And I'm looking at that green thingamajig on your finger.
My Savorite ring.
It's a ring, CT.
Not thingy-majig.
You said thingy-majig.
I did.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, that's what I said. Now, the green, is that a garnet?
Yes, it is.
Ah, yes. So, why are you looking
You
so
got to
bright?
respect a man who knows his precious stones.
Yes. Lucky is the woman.
The necklace,
Yes.
does it represent some of the gemstones that we find in your neck of the woods?
It does. It's a ruby necklace. So there's ruby, what we call it is zoisite. It's the not very high quality, not the gem quality version of the precious ruby stone that we're all very used to.
We romanticize.
Exactly. And in gemstones, we say we always have to romance the stone.
Yes.
So you're not far off from what we... Because with every single gemstone, there's a unique quality that comes with it. In Taita Taveta, we have rubies, we have spinels, which are all of the pink variety. We have Savarite garnet, which is our most precious stone. On top of rubies, it's only found in the Savo, which is in Taita Taveta, and there's a few deposits that have been found in Tanzania and in Sri Lanka. So we are very proud that we have the stones situated in Taita Taveta. We also have other stones like tourmaline, kyanite, peridot. All of these need to be properly exploited. Red garnet as well. Tanzanite is in Tanzania. We still haven't found very good deposits of Tanzanite in Kenya.
We don't have any?
I wouldn't want to say we don't have any. We haven't found them yet.
They haven't been found.
Yes.
So I mean, even as you say this, then I get a bit worried because then we're talking about sole of 3 places in the world, the pink variety of some of these precious stones in Kenya, in Taita Taveta, is where one of 3 deposit sites of them globally.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
This is huge.
It is huge.
It's huge. And then some of the precious stones for which look, and when I say small, I'm not being insulting, but small, tiny companies in Europe are going all over the world shouting about deposits that don't even belong to them, but they're exploiting them and making billions in terms of dollars of what they can do, not countries, companies. So here we have a county where the deposits are there.
Yes.
We are aware that they are there. So the very simple question then becomes, even before we go to sharing between counties, what is being done so that this county then can benefit from it?
And this is why, again, I'll say there's a very big need for us as a government, both national and county governments, to focus on empowering the mineral sector and empowering it with information. Information will then bring in the investors that need to exploit these deposits. We can't say that as a county government we have the funds to fully exploit the mineral deposits around. However, in addition to exploiting these mineral resources, we need to start looking up the value chain. We need to start looking at how we're setting ourselves up for mineral beneficiation. These countries that we're saying are benefiting from all our mineral resources are benefiting because they have cutting houses. Some of them, thousands and thousands of them, situated in one particular region. I will equate it to our tea and coffee. I mean, Kenya is the best producer of teas and coffees, but who's getting the best value out of it? It's not us. And this is why you see county governments trying to set up shops in England, in America, saying that this is what we're going to do as counties to export our products. In Taita Taveta, we would want to be able to set up county mineral corporation, mining corporation. And this would enable us to channel funds to there for exploiting of these mineral resources, but most significantly, be able to start empowering our youth and women in mineral beneficiation, the value addition, the cutting of stones, the development or the manufacture of necklaces such as what I'm wearing. Because at the end of the day, we have to look at the synergies between the sectors. If the mineral resources are available and we're able to beneficiate them and we're able to link up to the tourism sector, this means that for everything that is being manufactured in the county, we have a ready market. And this is where we start exploiting.
What would it take to set up this very delightful thing that you've mentioned and this beautiful picture you've painted? What would it take?
It would take a cooperation between the county government and the national government to set up a value addition center. It would take up the better use of Uwezo funds, which you were discussing this morning, to go into women groups and youth groups to empower the businesses. I keep on saying we do not need more car washes for our youth.
No?
We do not need more motorcycles. Let's look at the actual resources that we have in these various areas and set up businesses that then generate this benefits that we're talking about.
What stops this synergy?
Nothing has stopped it. And I was being very coy in my statement of saying we need the county government and national government to come together and collaborate. Coy in the fact that it has already been done. There's a Voi Gemstone Value Addition Center that has been set up in Taita Taveta. And as we speak, it is not fully operational.
Why?
It's a question that we have asked the Cabinet Secretary of Petroleum and Mining, that we've asked even His Excellency the President to come and fully operationalize the center for the benefit of the people of Kenya, not even the people of Taita Taveta. Because once you have some of these centralized hotspots, this is what attracts buyers to our counties. So currently we have it in place. We have it equipped with gemstone cutting machines, gemstone valuing equipment, but it's not being
Training
fully...
of personnel?
Training of personnel is currently happening.
Where?
In that particular building, and training of small-scale miners is being done by various associations. Here is where I give a shout-out to Association of Women in Extractives, of which I'm a founder member. They've been training a lot of women to try and see how they can get additional value from the gemstones. So the personnel need to be put into the gemstone center. The county government has about 3 gemologists who can be loaned to the national government, if need be, to assist with operations in that particular center. But currently we haven't had it launched. And it was finished off in 2018, and we're still waiting for it to be launched.
Are we going on to a break?
Yes, we are, because, we need to dig into this a little bit more, no pun intended, because I fail to understand how you can have everything in place, but then there's just no push. And so then one has to ask, is there a political element involved in all of this?
Definitely.
It's 7:30 on the nose. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. Our guest in the studio this morning is the Deputy Governor of the Taita Taveta County. And we're saying, look, own source revenue is not enough. What comes from the national government, when it comes, still not enough. But you're sitting you're sitting on a gold mine, literally, in terms of what can be done for this county and other counties. And so what's the political handle in all of this? Before we go to that break, let's talk about this June being the month of fathers and belonging to them at Sarit Your City. And Sarit Your City wants you to know that the whole month, the discussion is around activities for Father's Day, which is this Sunday, offers and discounts from various stores, medical camps, fitness challenges by Smash Fit Gym, art exhibitions by Sana Arts, superbike displays, and top DJs at the Rooftop Garden. There's more this Father's Day. Sarit Your City will also be hosting the premiere of the blockbuster movie Jurassic World Dominion at Century Cinemax, with shopping vouchers and hampers from Dairyland for the main man in your life. And by that, we mean your dad. Stay tuned to find out how you can win. Sarit Your City.
The following takes place between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m.
Have you seen them? Am I live?
Yes, it's a very nice outfit, I must say. Good
Thank
job.
you. Asante sana.
The compliment is well received.
Good morning and thank you. Evan Wasingishi was asking me what channel is SpiceFM.
96.7. Tell them that, right?
Yes, now they know.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Pleasure to have you.
What a beautiful studio, my friend.
Mostly clear conditions in Nairobi at 14, highs of 25. We'll see highs of 25 as well in a sunny Nakuru at 14 and sunny this morning. Nyeri is cloudy at 14, highs of 23 and lows of 13. And we'll see sunny conditions at 12 in Eldoret, highs of 25 and lows of 11. Rain showers in Mombasa at 24, highs of 29. And we'll see clear sunny conditions for now, but then coming into rain showers in Malindi, highs of 29 and lows of 25. We're looking at clear conditions at 18 in Kisumu, highs of 28 and lows of 18. While in Kakamega, it's sunny at 18. It'll go to highs of 28. Kampala is mostly sunny sunny at 17, highs of 28. And we'll see mostly sunny conditions at 23 in Dar es Salaam with highs of 31. Looking into Johannesburg, it's 2 degrees and clear, highs of 16. And Lagos, rain at 23 with highs of 28. It'll come down to lows of 23. And it's 20 and cloudy in Kinshasa, highs of 30 and lows of 20.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
All right, so what are we looking at this morning? Is piling up on Langata Road and getting towards the interchange is going to be an issue, at least for most parts of this morning. And Uhuru Highway, from that Bunyala Road roundabout out towards the Haile Selassie roundabout, really busy. Traffic coming off Ngong Road also seeping into the city via Ngong Road into the CBDs where you see most of the action, at least for now. It got really heavy on the thicker superhighway earlier, and we're still seeing that it's just so. In and outbound traffic, it's doing the thing, and it's going well into the outer ring the outer ring junction, coming off of Kiambu Road as well, and Limuru Road really heavy coming off just that Village Market, United Nations Avenue, heading now into High Ridge and out into the city. And we're seeing some traffic on Waiaki Way today as you get towards Chiromo and out into the CBD. Oh no, what's this? There's traffic coming off of Lavington in that whole area, and you're going to get out towards State House or out through Arboretum. It's going to be heavy this morning. Let's keep an eye on what's going on SpiceFM. KE on Twitter, text 40127 as much as possible. Let's keep things moving.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Wait. Have you seen the message I've sent you? I always knew they can never be trusted, these guys.
Okay, I've seen it, but where did you get that information from?
Someone forwarded me the message and they say they got it from a very reliable source. I can never lie to you.
Okay, but what are these sources?
Sasa, now you want to interrogate me and I'm just forwarding as received. Wait, majameneni, don't shoot the messenger. Me, I'm telling you.
How do you separate the truth from the lies and facts from opinion? The election season is a period where violence, votes, and many other incidents can be influenced or triggered by a news item. When was the last time you questioned the validity of the news you saw on social media, WhatsApp, tabloids, or blogs? Where do you go to fact-check what you see or hear? Fumbua is a groundbreaking collaborative journalism project designed to tackle misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation ahead of the Kenyan elections in 2022. For more information and updates, follow Fumbua Kenya on Facebook, at Fumbua KE on Twitter, or fumbua.ke on Instagram.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
3 minutes to 8 o'clock. Kenya's biggest conversation continues. And our guest this hour is the Deputy Governor of Taita Taveta County, Majala Lagui. And this morning we're talking about, look, we're looking for the money and it's looking for sustenance for the country and counties, and we're sitting on it basically, and that conversation continues. And CT, I know you had a question before we went to break.
I do actually. We've moved from gemstones. We now want to look at other minerals. The Deputy Governor mentioned very clearly that they have iron ore and they have magnesium. Let's leave magnesium aside for the time being. I want to focus on iron ore. Taita Taveta has massive deposits of iron ore, massive. And iron ore has been mined in that county for well over a decade. How exactly does the county benefit from
this? So we have good deposits of iron ore.
Excellent deposit.
and we welcome your investment in the sector as well. We had a company called Wanjala Mines that was exploiting this resource for quite a while, actually, maybe 10 or 20 years, more than 20 years, actually.
Yes.
Not 10 or 20. And that particular license was shifted to a new company. And because of community social license, as well as understanding of how county government needed to get its share of cess charges paid to them, there's an ongoing court case. That particular mine was recovering maybe about 1 million tons of iron ore a year annually. That was the
how many?
1 million tons of iron ore.
Wow.
And that's not that significant. There's more deposits to be exploited. So you're very right that we do have a very good deposit of iron ore. In some places, they've said it's about 62% iron content within the ore, which is very good quality.
Excellent.
Global quality.
Yes.
Global quality. And with the rising prices of iron ore internationally, right now would have been reaping huge benefits from that particular mineral resource. However, the last 2-3 years, all has stagnated in that particular area. We're not receiving any of the cess charges that the county government would be levying on that particular company. And of course, if they're not as operational as we expected them to be, then the royalties to national government that would then flow back to the county and community are also impacted.
Okay.
Now I want to mention something.
Okay.
And I'm going to read it so that it isn't me sort of like stargazing. Huh?
Okay.
As of March this year,
Yes.
iron ore was valued at approximately $151.2 per metric ton.
Yes. Up from what it was around 50 to 60 in 2018.
Precisely.
So double the price.
Yes. So now, if you do the maths of what has been mined over time, this is US dollars. You say a million tons? Yes.
1 million tons.
Just add a million to that, and you have 151 million US dollars over that period of time.
Yeah.
Do the maths and multiply it, and you realize we're talking about a colossal amount of money.
Very true.
So the value addition that we were speaking of earlier with regards to gemstones, we have steel rolling mills in the country.
Yes.
Many.
One is actually being set up in the neighboring county, Kwale, in the Samburu area.
Yes.
They have a place called Samburu.
I do know. I do know.
Okay.
Samburu, Taru.
Yes.
Yes. Why I'm a dog with a bone on this one is because county government seems to be shackled. There are things that they cannot do, and our constitution stipulates with clarity that they must have a nod from the national government. They must also have a nod from the Senate and Parliament. Easy to understand, but it is doable. I know it is doable because Laikipia County, actually, they floated an infrastructure bond because they wanted to borrow 1.6 billion Kenya shillings. They were given a nod. National government said, okay. National government stood surety. Parliament said, okay. So they are now able to get that money to use for whatever they purposed it for. SMEs, small businesses, and so forth. Now, that's Laikipia County. Taita Taveta, we started off by talking about just the resources it has. It has ranches. So does Laikipia.
True.
It has mineral resources. Laikipia doesn't have those mineral resources as of now. It has wildlife. Laikipia has some, but Taita Taveta has it in abundance. What am I saying? If you're talking about natural resources that could be used as collateral, Taita Taveta has it in spades. They even have some to spare. They could even lend some counties some of their resources. Now, it's an avenue that can be pursued. Has the county pursued it?
We haven't yet. And I have to say that the example that Governor Nderitu and Deputy Governor John Mwaniki have set for other devolved units is very good. And it's one that needs to be emulated in terms of ensuring that county governments have the appropriate staff capacity, economists, researchers, statisticians,
yes.
that's the word, who are able to look at the best ways of formulating some of these matters. I agree that we have the collateral that would be required for some of these infrastructure bonds or what would you call it, mineral deposit bonds. However, we need a team of people to be able to sit down and really analyze what is the best way to move this forward, because getting it passed by Senate, getting it passed by National Parliament, getting it passed by even Treasury is no mean feat and takes a pretty hard slog to be able to get to the point of approval, because these are public funds that we're talking about. These are people's lives that we will be significantly impacting if something were to go wrong. But granted, it's very true that we have an opportunity to start thinking about how do we utilize the unexploited mineral deposits to be able to push to the direction of a bond. What I would say would be very critical for a county such as ours that has limited funds to expend on exploitation is national government coming in and completing the mineral survey, getting us the data that would then be able to have us sit down and present this to the World Banks, to the IFCs, as something that can be developed into the bond that even Laikipia has created.
I mean, the benefit is clearly evident in terms of what it would do for the county and then for the country. So then the question is, why would anyone, it doesn't matter whether it was coming from the national standpoint or anybody who then would be able to smooth things out even at the county level, it doesn't show then clearly why anybody would want to stall the process. So then the first thing that my mind goes to is that is there a political hand being played here as to why we just can't get this thing moving?
We are a country of politicians.
Indeed.
From the market level all the way to the exact office that it lies in, His Excellency the President's level, it's all political. So if we look at us as Kenyans as political animals, then definitely some of the goodwill that's required to push some of these matters forward requires significant push by the leaders in political office. There may be some requirement of streamlined agitation by the leaders of this area, joint voices being placed, lobbying and putting a lot of pressure. So by this I mean all of the 4 MPs, actually let me call them 6, including the county women representative and the senator, because they all sit in parliament, including the governor, myself as the deputy governor, and any other political leader, former and vying, to come together in one voice and push for some of these matters. Other regions have been able to do it. And if we truly need the national goodwill to be able to open up our region, then definitely we need to work together as a team.
You know, the time for this is now, actually.
It is.
Because if that caucus you speak of were formed and you started putting your case across to the presidential candidates, because these are the people you actually want to put it to, because whoever leads the government will have a huge say on some of these things. This is the time, because everyone wants to come to you for support.
Yes.
So if they do want your support, should they not also look into things that would be of interest to your county? And again, as I say, if there are negotiations to take place, it's not when a government is formed. That one, the horse will have bolted. It's now.
Yeah.
Yes. So
that's true.
Have you begun that conversation now with these erstwhile candidates that we have?
We have.
How's that going?
I sit within the Azimio coalition. I'm a member of the Wiper Democratic Movement, and I'm currently vying for the Member of Parliament of Motati constituency, specifically to bring this voice to National Parliament. And we have brought it up with His Excellency, the former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga, together with Her Excellency Martha Karua. I'm very glad to use that title for her.
I can see your face having lit up on
your
face.
Totally.
She actually beamed.
We've brought it to the table on them, and you can see in the Azimio manifesto that mining and manufacturing using mineral resources is part of the key priorities that they've presented to the Kenyan people. And as a county, I would want to see that we've definitely started looking at better exploitation of these minerals between county government and national government. His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga has not on 1 or 2 occasions, multiple occasions, come to the county and specifically iterated that his government will be at the forefront of pushing mineral exploitation in Kenya. So I'm confident of that.
One would think, and you can stop me if I'm wrong, but one would think that here you are in the position of deputy governor at the county, a pretty powerful seat, number 2 in terms of county operations. And it's a one-term administration seeking a second term, obviously in the name of Governor Granton Samboja, but saying we're going to seek another one, right? One would ask, then why would you leave and go to the representative level to kind of push this same agenda?
I think we are all very alive to the relationships that governors and deputy governors have had in Kenya over the past 10 years of devolution. It's not been the rosiest of times for most of deputy governors in Kenya. And I have not escaped that. And I felt that it was necessary for me to bring my voice to Parliament. One, to look at the 2/3 gender rule requirement, actualizing it through elective politics. And 2, to start addressing these matters that I think are of national importance at a level that I think I can be most effective. As a deputy governor, I have raised these matters over and over again with the cabinet secretary, with the principal secretary, with the roundtable at the Council of Governors. However, because minerals are not devolved, you find there's a lot of pushback. That political will just isn't there. So I believe in service to the people. And I believe that where you feel that you can be most effective, then move. Because again, it's all service to the people. So I felt that I would be most value to my country as a member of Parliament rather than continuing as deputy governor.
Okay. So it might get a bit sticky in terms of this, but then are you essentially saying that the top seat in the county, with you assisting, whether or not the relationship was good or not, then really doesn't meet the needs of representation when it comes to what ought to be done in the county?
I think the top seat definitely does have the capability and the capacity to meet the needs of the people. It's a different set of needs that the top seat is looking at. So, as we said before, the agricultural sectors, the water sector, health sector, and I'm looking at how can we better represent various other sectors that this country desperately needs to be actualized.
There's something that you mentioned in passing. I'd like us to pursue it for a while. Human resource capacity. Let's look at how people are employed in the county systems. Do your experience, do we pursue competence or do we pursue chronism? You smile.
I smile because the answer is in the air. We are meant to be pursuing competence. We should be hiring by merit and on merit. However, we're, again, living in a political world. Kenya is very political. And because some of these seats are elective, it means that there's a lot of political goodwill that is required from the citizens. Right now, wherever I walk, people ask me, as deputy governor, how many people have you employed as Majala?
Yes,
not as
people,
a county government.
No, your people.
Yes.
Yes.
And not from Taita Taveta, from my village, from my backyard.
But why do they ask that question?
Because they feel that they require to be empowered by the person who's closest to them.
Yes.
So it's an element of chronism, but it's an element of the state of our country. The fact that we have such high levels of unemployment.
Yes. And why is employment, do you think, such a big factor?
It's a big factor. Well, first of all, government employment is such a big factor because people feel that that is where there's guaranteed salaries. There's hopefully permanent and pensionable jobs. There's other benefits that could be accrued from there more than in the private sector. But if you were to ask me, I would say that it's best to set up a business environment that brings in this private sector jobs rather than public sector jobs. Public sector should be very lean. Industrialization and other service sector jobs is where we need to be focusing to be able to push our country and our counties forward.
But for people to understand this, they need to experience it. I mean, if the largest employer is still the government and there aren't enough industries or enterprises that employ people, despite the vast resources that a county like Taita Taveta has, people will still focus on what they have known from time immemorial.
True.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But if indeed the things that we're saying, I asked the question because it is the human resource capacity that will enable this next step to be taken. Instead of just looking at how people can get employed, it's how you create value so that this is something that is not just ongoing, but that very capacity is also enhanced within that very, very, very county.
And I think where you're leaning towards is that we need more of quality rather than quantity.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That's what the...
People, who when given a task, you have a near guarantee that they will see it through.
Yes, definitely.
Not talk at it or talk with it.
And hasn't that been the issue that we've seen over time? It doesn't matter whether we're talking about mineral resources in a county. It doesn't matter whether we're talking about education or health or infrastructure, whatever it is that we seem to talk to or at an issue rather than get our hands dirty and actually do the work that is required.
And I think part of that is, again, back to the issue that we're very political as a country, meaning a lot of the things that need to get done require significant political goodwill rather than looking at what are the actual outcomes that we're driving for. What are the KPIs that we need to be focusing and targeting towards the progress that we'd like to see. We don't have the consequences that are required to enable people to see that they must do a good job in implementing the laws, in being able to do the work that is required at county and national level. If we had those consequences, then some of these matters of corruption and ineptitude that we're seeing across the board would not be existing.
You know, when you quote Governor Muriithi of Laikipia, is an example of a leader who understands this very thing we're saying. Now, we've said it in this studio. It sounds a little off, but I'm going to say it anyway. For those who are inclined towards pilfering, when you enhance the capacity and you exploit fully the resources of any county, there is more to steal.
Well, yes, you do increase the share of the pie.
There's more to go round if you want to sanitize what's
Yes.
Yes. So that's just to get my point across.
Yeah.
And when there's more, everybody gets more. So the poverty levels that drive our people to these low expectancies and to sell birthrights for pittance in the name of poverty, because that's the reality they live with on a daily basis, you'll eliminate it. So it's unfortunate, but it gets one to the point where one feels that those who aspire for leadership aspire to continuously and religiously diminish the capacities of their own people. Because if they didn't, then with every electoral cycle, we'd see the livelihoods of individuals improving right across the country, especially with the default system. But we don't see that.
Siti, you're the philosopher in this room. And I think you may be able to tell me which philosopher said this, but there's something about ruling. You need to keep the masses poor to be able to rule them for the benefit of the upper echelons of society, which I feel is the most retrogressive and most heartbreaking thing that we could ever do for Kenya. We truly need to empower every single person from the bottom level all the way up to our levels here, because we're sitting in privileged situations. So we need to start seeing consequences and the application of our laws for this corruption matters, for anything that is taking us backward rather than pushing our economy forward. Now, I know I had also wanted to talk about the mineral revenue distribution and just one little matter that we need to address. Today we have National Treasury talking about a framework of distribution of mineral royalty revenues to counties and communities. The law that was enacted in 2016 stated that 70% needs to go to national government and 20% to county intent communities. As we speak today, there's no instrument that is available to do that. That is 6 years later.
Yeah.
The framework that is being proposed today gives some flesh to the process that needs to be enacted, but it still requires Parliament intervention in terms of the development of a legal instrument. This may take another 1 year or 2 years, depending on the 13th Parliament and the caliber of people and the interests therein. So we need to start desperately getting the citizens themselves advocating and pushing their legislators, their county governments to ensure these matters are implemented. Like I said previously, we're a country that is very political, but we also have a lot of laws that are the best
Done well,
in Africa, but we don't implement them.
All right. The clock is running down, and obviously you said that you're giving yourself up and for a member of parliament.
1 in 10 candidates, only women.
Only
in
women,
Motate.
1 in 10 candidates. And so, really quickly, how do you hope to see this kind of change brought about by this?
First of all, the fact that I'm one of the only women running in this particular constituency, I believe that shows a good show of the strength of women leadership. But secondly, having someone who understands both national and county government operations sitting in parliament brings a wealth of value to that particular parliament, because this means I can both cooperate with the county government and push the ministries in the manner that is required. So I believe my candidature will be one of the best in bringing about the prosperity that we want to see in our various regions in Kenya.
Majala Mlagui, Deputy Governor, Taita Taveta County, thank you for being in the Situation Room this morning. We hope to see you again.
Definitely.
Conversations continue. It's now 8 o'clock.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Aseto. Azimio One Kenya coalition running mate Martha Karua has urged Kenyans to elect leaders with a proven track record. Speaking during a popularization tour of Meru County, Karua emphasized the need for leaders to be able to articulate the concerns of Kenyans. She urged those seeking elective posts to put their selfish interests aside and not to just vie for posts due to the perks available. She specifically urged Kenyans to choose their governors and members of county assembly carefully, as they will be dealing with them directly. This is Azimio presidential candidate Raila Odinga is today expected to kick off a tour of Mount Kenya region. And a fresh storm is brewing within the Deputy President William Ruto-led Kenya Kwanza Alliance, with two parties now threatening to withdraw from the outfit. Gatundu South MP Moses Kuria's Chama cha Kazi party and former Kiambu Governor William Kabogo's Tujibebe wa Kenya party have said they will no longer attend any Kenya Kwanza rallies on grounds that the United Democratic Alliance politicians are allegedly given priority at the events while their members are being bullied and gagged. In a joint letter penned by Chama cha Kazi Secretary General James Nage and his Tujibebe party counterpart Gathi Rungu, the two political outfits highlighted instances in which they were allegedly sidelined by UDA members on the campaign trail. And the Judicial Service Commission is now free to proceed with the recruitment of new judges to the Court of Appeal and High Court. This follows an order issued by the Appeals Court staying the execution of the ruling delivered by the High Court on June 3rd, temporarily suspending the process. Katiba Institute had sued Chief Justice Martha Koome and JSC, seeking to stop the recruitment of new judges until the 6 judges whom President Uhuru Kenyatta refused to confirm have been appointed. But JSC, through the Judiciary Registrar Anna Madi, rushed to the Appellate Court, saying the move will compromise the Commission's constitutional mandate. And Eastern Regional Commissioner Evans Achoki has cautioned students against resorting to burning schools whenever they have grievances with the school administration. Achoki reminded students that the government has invested heavily in school infrastructure in order to provide a good environment for learning. The RC appealed to students to avoid the vice because the school infrastructure will be used by future generations, including their young brothers and sisters who will come after them, especially under the CBC curriculum. And the last witness in the Monica Kimani murder trial, Chief Investigating Officer Maxwell Otieno, placed the first accused Joseph Irungu at the scene of the murder in Lamuria Gardens on the night Monica is alleged to have been murdered. The witness, who took the court through items collected during the investigations and submitted them as exhibits, told the court that Joseph Irungu and Jackie Maribe jointly murdered the 29-year-old Juba-based businesswoman in September 2018. In his statement, Officer Otieno said, through forensic analysis exhibited in call data, the accused was captured leaving the scene of the murder at Lamuria Gardens at 23:35 hours. This was confirmed by Joey's friend Jennings Orlando. According to eyewitnesses' accounts, Joseph Irungu was also the last known person to be with deceased before her death. And the National Police Service has recovered an assortment of weapons following a disarmament exercise in Elgeyo Marakwet County. The operation is part of a 30-day dusk to dawn curfew imposed on the county by Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i to help law enforcement agencies tame banditry attacks in the region. During the exercise, police recovered 21 assault rifles, 13 rounds of ammunition, and 36 arrows from area residents. So far, 107 people have been arrested for various violations. 13 motor vehicles and 14 motorcycles have also been impounded and 36 arrows surrendered. 7 cows and 18 goats have also been recovered. And a record 89.3 million people had been driven from their homes by war, violence, persecution, and human rights abuses by the end of 2021, up 8% from the previous year. This according to the UN Refugee Agency's annual Global Trends Report. UN High Commissioner for Refugees Filippo Grandi says the figures are made even worse when the number of people forced to flee by Russia's invasion of Ukraine is included.
Will this also cause people to move? Now, it's very difficult to tell, but unfortunately, I cannot imagine how. If you have a food crisis on top of everything that I have described, right? War, human rights, climate, you name it. On top of that, you have a food crisis. It will just accelerate the trends that are described in this report and that we have seen accelerating already in the first few months of the year.
Emergencies have caused the numbers to climb every year over the past decade. The UNHCR says Russia's Ukraine invasion has spurred the fastest and one of the largest forced displacement crises since World War II. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
All right, a few minutes after 8 o'clock, and what are we looking at in terms of traffic this morning? And looking really busy on the Thika Superhighway going out towards your CBD. That started pretty early, and it looks like it's going to be crazy for some time this morning. Also, we're looking at traffic coming off Waiyaki Way, Huru Highway, then getting into the city. Not too bad. Certain pockets, though, from the Bunyala Road roundabout out towards the city. And then we're also looking at Langata Road, which, I mean, every day is busy, isn't it? The industrial area side of things is where we see some traffic this morning, and it's going to continue for some time. And Lunga, Likoni, and then coming off Jogoo Road as you go towards Landy is also doing the business this morning. Let's keep an eye on things. Getting into Friday morning looks like it's going to be pretty busy. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127. Try as much as possible this morning to keep things moving.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
Indeed, it is the only way to start your day at 7 minutes after 8 o'clock. Kenya's biggest conversation continues this morning, and we're into the second hour of the program on this Friday. Good morning for those of you who are joining us on radio and across the world on our live streams on Facebook and YouTube. And a very warm welcome to our audience on KTN Home this morning. Karibuni na asante sana. All right, our guest for the next hour is already seated in the studio. Before we get into things and say hello to him, let's hear today's proverb.
Our proverb is from Pemba. Maker of wooden spoons, or makers of wooden spoons, save their hands from fire.
Makers of wooden spoons
Yes.
save their hands from fire.
Taking the view that when they make them, they also use them.
One would hope.
Yes.
Yes.
Because if they just make them and they don't use them, they won't save their hands from any fire.
Indeed.
Yes.
Well, all right. So our guest in the hot seat is already here. Seth Panyako is here with us this morning. Good morning, Seth.
Good morning.
I didn't say who you are, and I'm going to say why in a moment. Because we hear your name oftentimes, and we think the medical profession, because this is where we may have heard you the loudest previously. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. But then this morning, we're not having a health conversation. We're having a political conversation in terms of manifestos and moving forward into the future. The Deputy National Chair Programs of the United Democratic Alliance Party is who you are here as this morning. Welcome to the hot seat.
Thank you.
All right. So yes, we've heard of you, we know of you in the health sector previously, then when it comes to delivering healthcare. So on that note, we're going to say keep up the good work that you continue. And now on the political field, we want to find out what is this work that you're doing. The United Democratic Alliance Party is obviously making a gun for top seats and many seats around the country. And then there are many questions then in terms of programs and what these promises and how they will be delivered to the people are running amok. So these are the conversations that we'll be having this morning. So Karibu Sana to the hot seat as we jump into things this morning. So going the political way for you, Seth, how did that change or how did that inclusion into what you do come about?
Traditionally, trade unionism has played a major role in political movements across the world. Even in Kenya, there's a time when politicians were all sent to prison, I think in 1952, when there was that state of emergency, and Jomo Kenyatta and his group were taken to prison. The people who felt that void was the trade unionism. And when you look at the history of this country, all the politicians who were there before came from the trade union movement. Even our founding father was the one who founded the what we used to call, now it's called the County Government Workers Union, but used to be called the Local Government Workers Union. That is Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. When you look at people like Francis Lubembe, you look at people like Tom Mboya, all of them came from the trade union movement. So the trade union movement forms a green pasture for very successful trade union politicians in this country and indeed across the world. So we trade unionism is just another form of politics, but this is the politics of improving the welfare of the members, as opposed to the politics of improving the welfare of the nation. Of course, when you improve the welfare of the workers, we generally improve the welfare of the nation. So these things walk hand in hand. There's no major shift from what I do in the trade union movement to what I do in the politics.
So you're not in virgin territory here, from what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay. So now you being the Deputy National Chair Programs, what exactly does one do?
Clearly, I'm a member of the National Executive Council, and therefore any program that has to be undertaken by the party has to be brought to our committee. We are a number of us. There are those who are the Deputy Secretary General programs. We have the Deputy Chairman programs, and we have in every office. Like the treasurer, we have the one in charge of programs. So we have a committee that is composed of all these people, the vice chairs and the vice secretaries and the vice treasurers in charge of programs. So we form a committee that come together and look at the programs of the party before those programs are rolled out. So that is basically what we do. And we also sit in the main National Executive Council of the party to articulate the issues of the programs of the party and the agenda of the party before it goes outside of the public, and we start articulating it.
Okay. So then when we're looking at issues manifesto, essentially the manifesto is the vehicle that delivers these many promises that we are seeing being made around the country. The manifesto is now what is essentially what you're going to put down in hard and fast, evidence that these things will actually be done. So far, so good?
Yes.
So you being here, then we're talking to the right person when we're asking the question. Step away from the car rooftop promises. Now, in concrete deliverables, Seth now is one of the right people that we should be speaking to. Yes?
Of course, yes.
Okay. I just want to be sure so that now when CT asks his next question,
yes,
then we can be sure that it has landed at the feet of the right person.
Yes.
So now when we're talking about issues manifesto for UDA, obviously we've not seen the national announcement of it yet. There've been, we've been given a date. I believe it was the 30th of June that we will be told as a nation exactly what is going to happen. But we've heard certain things that have come out that Kenyans then can, look forward to, should we say, should the UDA sit in government from presidential downwards. What are some of these things? We know what we've heard, but coming from your side, what are some of these things?
I think I do not want first to preempt what we are going to lay out to the public, because we have not yet come up with our agenda or our manifesto to the public the way our competitors have done. We're still working on it. But what is in the minds of everybody, we know that our agenda rotates around the bottom-up economic model that we stand for as UDA. So the bottom-up economic model is what we stand for, and our manifesto or the agenda for this country will rotate around the bottom-up economic model, where we want to lift up those who are down here and move with them slowly as we go up. And we maintain those who are up. It doesn't mean that we want to bring down those who are up. Those who are up there must continue to produce so that they produce taxes. And those taxes are the ones that we're going to use to uplift those who are down there.
If you were to define the bottom-up approach in a statement or two, how would you define it?
The bottom-up economic model is the one that takes into account the need of the downtrodden people. When, for example, we are looking at the budget of the country, we are supposed to put in what the common mwananchi tells you on the ground. For example, we have been looking at trickle-down economic model, where the people in Nairobi decide that this is what we want. We are going to look at let us make the manufacturers comfortable up here so that it can trickle down. But we are saying, no, look here, we want to be told what does that Wanjiku on the ground want. Wanjiku will tell you, I want water here. Wanjiku is not going to tell you that I want maybe a company in Nairobi, I want to do. He wants water. That if Wanjiku wants water there, we must now start planning from the ground. How is this Wanjiku going to get water here? Wanjiku wants a road somewhere. He's going to tell you, I want road. He will tell you, my children have gone to university, they have no education. How are we going to provide jobs for these jobless young people? This must come from the people themselves. And as they tell you that, they should be able also to tell you, this is how we think as Kenyans it should be done. Initially it has been with the leaders of the others. But we in UDA, we are saying, even that mama in the village who has not gone to school has a say on how he thinks the problems we have can be resolved.
So do I understand you to be saying that with your bottom-up approach, you want to initiate economic programs through financial means to ensure that individuals within this country who are, should we say, low-income earners get to earn a better income? A large number of people who are unemployed get to find employment or be employed so that they can also contribute to the pool of monies that we refer to as revenue to the economy. Is that what you're trying to say?
Of course, when we have many people in gainful employment, it doesn't mean necessarily employment. In my own understanding, is not necessarily being in a formal employment where you get salary at the end of the month. No. Employment is having an engagement that gives you an income, whether on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis. But you are able as a Kenyan citizen first to make sure your family has the basics it requires. We have people in this country who can't even afford a meal. I'm a politician and I'm vying for a parliamentary seat in Malava. And I can tell you every morning, I get people come to my home to greet me. And when they tell you the problem they have, you realize we have a problem in this country. Almost 95% of people out there have no means of survival. Right now in the village at home, I get requests for school fees, almost 200 in a day. I ask them, how am I going to do this? There is a bigger problem out there. Unless people here in Nairobi don't go in the village. But when you're in the village, you can see clearly the problem. So when we have more people in gainful engagement, where they are making a living, the end return will be they will be able to pay taxes. And when they pay taxes, the country will be able to stand on its own, will be able to stop this appetite for getting very expensive loans that are making our life in Kenya very difficult, because even when you look at the cost of living, it's going up each and every day. We are having like the cost of fuel today is reaching levels which are unmanageable. And in return, when you have the cost of fuel up, you have the cost of electricity up, the cost of production goes up, then everything goes up. And then at the end of the day, there's the limit, what we call the limit of elasticity. We will reach the limit and this country will collapse. And how is it going to collapse? We will have everybody, many of the young people out there, many of the people out there without employment. So if you are alone in the village and you have the food and you have everything, and we have about 100 people surrounding you who have nothing, I can assure you, you will end up, all of you, having nothing.
I mean, it's spirited,
yes,
what you're saying, Seth, and it makes sense when we talk about the fact that we cannot have people to continue living like this, those requests that you see on a daily basis. But then hearing what somebody wants to do to fix it is great. And I think one of the questions that we ask, almost sounding like a broken record level in this room, is how will this be done? The bottom-up economic approach, it sounds great. It really does. That you're going to be able to put more money in the hands of people, that you're going to create employment. But you know what? We're living in the same country. I want to assume that the Kenya that we're living in today will be the same Kenya that we're living in come the 10th of August, when the ballot has been cast. So if we're talking about creating employment for more Kenyans, where are a very simple question in black and white, where are these added jobs going to come from? If we're talking about putting more money in the hands of the person who is asking you for school fees in Malava constituency on a daily basis, where is this money coming from? Very simply, where is it coming from?
When we have been, in the United Democratic Alliance Party, we believe in listening to the people, because that is what's going to inform our agenda when we do our manifesto at the end of the day. We realize that Kenya has got a lot of potential. I can tell you that Kenya can produce her own eatable oils, which can give in the economy over 150 billion. And Western Kenya alone is able to produce oil through simsim cultivation. And that
you know this from studies that have been done?
We know this when we are doing Western economic forums through our United Democratic Party. We realized that we have the potential to produce edible oils in this country. All these edible oils today are imported from other countries. We look at even production of eggs in Kenya. We eat eggs in this country from Uganda, from South Africa. We are also not having enough milk. So if we empower our people to do local production, and of course check on the cost of inputs. Today, look at fertilizer. Fertilizer alone is going for about 6,100 for 50 kgs. And who will afford that in the village? So if we make the cost of production too high, then it means we are going to make more of our people poor.
These are problems that have been in the country for at least the last 10 years. I'm sorry, but I have to ask you this particular, just based on what you're saying today, these are not new problems. These are issues that have been in this country for a very long time. We're talking about the cost of production being through the roof, so that it is easier for people to import food from Tanzania, import food from Uganda. And the very people who sit in government today, who run your party, who are, aspirants under the party umbrella, indeed, people who sit in government today who are not in your party have an opportunity to do these things and not doing them. What is to guarantee that they will be done come the 10th of August? That is my question. It sounds good to lament on the issue, but how then can Kenyans be guaranteed that these things will actually be done?
That is why I have told you that our economic model is being built on what the people are telling us, what they think should be done. And some of the things that we want to be done because that's what the people are telling us. One of them is to make the environment for production to be very conducive. One, when we make our environment for production very conducive, we'll produce enough food for ourselves and for export. Two, we shall attract companies to come and pitch tent in Kenya. We have been losing companies to Ethiopia because the environment of doing business in Ethiopia has greatly improved. If you are a keen look at your bill of electricity, for example, When you buy an electricity a token of 1,000 shillings, I'm telling you taxes takes about 560 shillings. You end up only having 400 shillings. So more than 50% of what you spend on electricity goes for taxes. If this is it's lowered, and how can it be lowered? It should be lowered by production of more natural gas, which are natural electricity through geothermal production, which I'm told that even we have exploited about 10% alone, 90% still lying outside there. So when you produce cheap electricity, we are able to attract manufacturers because most of them use electricity. You know, we have companies in Kenya now that are using solar because the bills that were being given from Kenya Power way too high. So when we do that, and how are we going to do it? We want to have a serious government that is going to invest in what is going to produce for the country. You know, there are certain investments that you put in and you will not see the outcome in any near future. And we must look at where can we put our shilling that in the next 2-3 years I'll be able to say this shilling has brought in 3 shillings. But when you put a shilling somewhere, after 3 years you're getting a negative, then you are not going anywhere. We must reduce this appetite for borrowing. We still, all of us believe that during Mike Kibaki's regime as the president of this country, our economy improved and actually borrowing went almost to zero. But today, the borrowing is something that everyone's talking about. So we must look at how we can improve the manufacturing sector, how we can improve food production, how we can take control of that which determines how the country is going to run in terms of securing employment for our own people. But if we continue being people who want quick money, you know, many Kenyans want to make quick money. And the process of wanting to make quick money, that's why you will see when you are given a job, for example, I don't want to impute any negative motive about anybody. So what I say is normally is going to be general. When you are given a responsibility to be a director of a company, you are a young man from college. Yes. Within 3-4 years, you're already having wealth which is unexplainable. For me, what I have today, I can explain to you. I have lived taking loans the rest of my life because you cannot, in Kenya, you cannot do anything without getting loans. So if you have not taken loans and you have wealth, where has this wealth come from? That's why you see the prices of essential commodities, the essentials, the prices of inputs that help us to produce is going up because some people want to make quick wealth. We must make sure that the people we put in position in this country are the correct people.
Then many would argue, then the whole lot of people, even people within the UDA party today, who are seeking re-election as members of parliament, who, by the way, we look at as the representatives of the people to then go in there and legislate, then they too should be scrapped off the ballot.
You know that one. Now we have various institutions in this country that are responsible for that. We have EACC, we have DCI,
not in terms of the requirements to run, but if what you have just said is going to be a prerequisite, people who then are serious about moving this country forward. The debt ceiling was just raised to 10 trillion with people sitting in parliament today who are members of your party.
The problem that I have, I cannot speak on their behalf because I am not yet a member of parliament. You know these problems that we have are the problem even in our electoral system. Do you know that I'm the one who was elected senator for Kakamega? I don't sit in the Senate.
You want to though?
I don't, but I was elected. The one who sits there was not elected. So these problems that we have in our
I have to ask. So this person who wasn't elected, how did I take it that you're saying, in your view, you got more votes than this individual.
Exactly.
But somehow
it was taken away. I was told that I had, that time I had a strike it lasted for 5 months. So I was told, there's no way you can be a senator and you have brought my country.
Everywhere,
you have stopped my country. That's literally what happened. So they took it away on the table. I had won more than 300,000 votes. And the one who is in parliament got less than 100,000 votes. So when you have the wrong people in the right places, you will definitely get the wrong product. Because you cannot go and plant sukuma wiki and expect to harvest maize. So I'll speak myself as Panyako. I'll play my role if I'm elected as a member of parliament for Malava. I will do what is right for this country, the way I have done for the nurses. You don't hear noise anymore because I went out there to work for the nurses. I refused all the incentives. I was given a lot of money. Take this money. Forget about these people. You look at your life. In 2017.
You were given a lot of money?
I was given, but I won't tell you by who.
Of money?
I was told, I will not tell you.
There's a difference.
I was offered, not given. I did not take. When you say I was given, you think you was taking the money. I was offered money so that I stop agitating for the nurses. But I looked at what the nurses were going to miss in long term, because like the allowance they wanted me nurses not to have, what we call nursing service allowance, which we brought in 2017. It's 20,000 shillings per month. Today it's supposed to go to 30,000 per month. Somebody's telling you, get this 20 million, go to your campaign, forget about 20,000. I told them, no. Let me not be elected, but let nurses not suffer because of my greed. So I believe I've done a good job as a leader for the nurses. I have led them with open hands, and that is why maybe I've remained poor. I am not very poor, but I'm average.
Averagely poor. That's got to be a new one. I don't think we've heard that one just yet.
Has given me a definition.
I'm telling you, that's what you've been suffering from.
No, I've been telling people I'm poor. You've not explained. I'm also averagely poor.
Averagely poor.
What you're right about, Bonapanyako, about the potential that this country has, it's actually true. And about geothermal, in 2019, we were ranked 9th in the world. Currently, we are 3rd.
Yes.
We overtook Iceland, we overtook Italy. Yes, the potential is there. And also, the party you belong to has to be given credit for highlighting issues that for a long time were not given the energy and the time that your party has. You're talking about the downtrodden. You're talking about the need to focus on them. Whether you're talking about the wheelbarrow movement, whether you're talking about bottom-up, they have done. And they've also pointed to the inequalities that exist within the country. Now, step number 1. Step number 2. That one done. Yes. Bonapanyako understands this thing very well. Yes, I was doing 1 + 1 and he knew the answer even before I said 1 plus. I was at plus, he said 1.
Yes.
And then he also said 2. So, carry on.
How is the big question? And everybody's saying that, yes, we are saying how we're going to do it.
Yes.
One of the things that we have said, and I hope it will be part of our manifesto when it comes out ultimately, is that we are going to eliminate some of the very expensive loans that Kenyans are taking, especially those who are on the down on the pyramid. For example, we are saying we're going to introduce 200 million in every constituency, where those Kenyans down there can go and borrow and they can pay back the money of the government without any interest. Today, when a young man completes school and the only apparently the only job that's available for them is to become boda writers, they go and get a boda for 150,000 and they'll pay up to 300,000. When they have paid up to 285 and he fell sick he cannot pay, those people will come running like you're a thief and they take the motorbike away. Unfortunately, even if you have given a friend and it's on the road, it's working, they can even take it and even cause an accident. So we're saying no. If a young man wants to do boda, it's a business, we cannot refuse it. You take that boda, if you get 150,000, you pay back 150,000. And that's one way of helping. If those mamas group in the village, they want to buy a dairy cow, and they want to take 100,000 shillings because a good dairy cow goes between 80 and 150,000. Of course, there are those that goes even 500,000. But averagely, they want to get a dairy cow for 80,000 shillings.
Right.
They simply go get it from the Constituent Development Fund and get the dairy cow. And then when they start producing milk, we have a shortage of milk in Kenya. We still use milk from Uganda, from South Africa, from Denmark. It comes in as powdered milk. In fact, the shortage of milk in Kenya has made me understand that powdered milk is good.
It's a good thing, I tell you.
Right now, I'm using it.
Very good. On that note, how about we take a refresher, or just take a break, and at now 28 minutes to 9 o'clock, we're talking with Seth Panyako, who is the Deputy National Chair, Programs, United Democratic Alliance, and is telling us how exactly these things will be delivered. We haven't heard the how exactly just yet, but we'll come back and continue with that conversation. We'll take a look at weather and traffic and then come back and continue. But got to remind you that Father's Day is Sunday, and Sarit Your City is making it possible for you to enjoy. If you're looking for ways to bond with your father this Father's Day, your Sarit Your City has got you covered. Maybe art exhibitions with Sana art, superbike displays, music on the rooftop, maybe a fitness challenge with Smash Fit Gym, or how about a movie premiere? Jurassic World Dominion will be premiering, and we're giving you the chance to spoil your dad at Sarit Your City and indulge his sweet tooth. You see? The tooth is gone from Dairyland. And we're asking a question this morning. And for you to be able to win a hamper from Dairyland this morning, the question that we're asking is, tell us, for a chance to win, what is that favorite childhood memory that you have of your father? What is that favorite childhood memory that you have of your father? Tell us under socials this morning, and we'll pick a winner. Walk away with that hamper this morning.
Thank you.
The political class, the contestants, everybody is trying to outsteal the other.
Remorse is not taught in any school. Manners is something you get from your mother. You don't get it from your political party.
Why are we so unfocused as a country? Why are we spending money and resources, yet we have real challenges in this country?
This coronavirus pandemic should teach us one thing, that universal healthcare is critical. Because at this point, whether you have a medical card that covers you, it doesn't matter.
16 degrees and cloudy conditions in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 25 and lows of 14 today. Sunny at 15 in Nakuru, highs of 25. We'll see highs of 23 in a mostly cloudy Nyeri at 16, and it's sunny at 14 in Eldoret. Highs of 25 and lows of 11. Rain showers at 26 in Mombasa, highs of 29. Highs of 25 in Malindi. It's raining as well at 25. 21 degrees and mostly sunny in Kisumu, 21 as well, and partly sunny in Kakamega. We're looking at Kampala, and it's mostly sunny at 21. We'll see highs of 28, highs of 31 in a sunny Dar es Salaam. And at 5 degrees, it's sunny in Joburg. Mostly clear at 23 in Lagos, and 21 and sunny in Kinshasa. Still continues in most parts of the city this morning, and we're looking at it really heavy on Outer Ring today. Everybody's connecting from Kangundo to Juja to Manyanja Road. Also looking at Langata Road, which is still pretty busy as you're trying to get into the city, but not too crazy, at least not at this point. Raila Odinga Way also doing the thing this morning. In the CBD is where it's taking the greatest hit, but on the Thika Superhighway, that started really busy very early, and we still see a lot of that at this point. Kiambu Road, bumper to bumper, back to back, as well as on Limuru Road this morning. It's Friday. Let's hope that it doesn't get any crazier than this, but just in case, to let us know where you are, SpiceFM KE on Twitter, text 40127.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM.
At KTN Home, we are all about the action, so you can enjoy unstoppable, unbeatable, unrivaled, unmatched movies from Hollywood. Get your popcorn ready. Tune in to KTN Home and buckle up to experience a new world of entertainment from the comfort of your living room. Tune in to KTN Home every Monday to Thursday plus Sundays and catch Hollywood's finest movies from 10 p.m. for the time of your life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings.
At 23 minutes to 9 o'clock,
94.4
biggest conversation
Spice
continues
FM,
this
Nairobi.
morning, having a conversation with Seth Panyako, who is the Deputy National Chair Programs, UDA. Such an apt person to be in the studio this morning as we ask questions about what could happen if, you get into the seats across the country and still asking the questions on the how. And I think if there's a dog and there's a bone, it's in City Muga today, because he's probably going to stick and ask that question in many forms today in terms of how exactly this is going to happen.
Actually, yes.
But before he gets an opportunity to do that, at least until 9 o'clock, let me ask you, if we see what is happening, and maybe you can then shine some light on that. If it seems as though there are people who have issues within the party right now, I mean, it comes out. How does this then affect what you hope to achieve by bringing the country together, putting money in the hands of people, if at the very core of the alliance there seems to be a problem?
You see, every family has issues. There's no family that is perfect. And that imperfection is what makes us reach where we want to go. Because if you just in a family and everybody's saying yes, 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 then there's a problem. We must have people who look at things from a different point of view. But what's important is that we must remain focused on delivering Kenyans from the problems they have to where we want them, where they want to be. I have said earlier that we have gone around the country through economic forums. And those economic forums gave us an opportunity to hear from what Kenyans have to say about what they want to be done to better their lives across the country. And as a party, when we form government, not if we form government, when we form government, we will take what Kenyans have told us as the pillar through which we shall use to better their lives. For example, the needs of the people of Western Kenya are not the same as the people at the coast. Maybe when we go at the coast, they are telling maybe they want their port back. When you go to Western Kenya, they are telling about sugarcane farming. For example, where I come from in Malava. The common farmer in the village is telling me, my sugarcane has not been harvested for the last 6 months. It's supposed to be harvested at 18 months.
Right.
One way of making sure that this farmer takes her child to school in government, in my constituency government, within the first 30 days, I'll make sure all sugarcane is harvested in Malava, because we have 2 factories. We have 2 mills. And there's no any reason why the people of Malava should be crying that children have been sent home and you have sugarcane in the farm and they can be harvested. So there are certain practical things that can be done immediately to better the lives of our people.
Right.
But of importance is we are going to ensure that we implement what the people are telling us through the economic forums.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Does it matter who delivers it? And there's a reason why I'm asking this question. And then is it important to have a united front when it then comes to the deliverables of these things? Because we see in Western Kenya specifically that one of the principles of this alliance is saying, look, why should you have anybody else apart from ANC? Here, Musalia Mudavadi himself. Why should we have anybody else apart from ANC in this region coming in and taking position? Right? Cleophas Malala himself has said many different things. You saying that maybe he should not have been senator, it should have been you. Do you still feel that today? Has he been able to deliver? If you see different voices emerging at this point, what confidence does it then give in the deliverability of these things that you're here telling us about?
I think that's a very good question. That's a very important question. First of all, in terms of what happened in 2017 is water under the bridge.
Okay,
we are
so
now
that's gone. You're fine.
It's gone.
Okay.
I have no business with that. The only thing I was expecting for this young man is to come, talk to me and tell me, look here, brother, let's go ahead, let's work together. I'm still waiting for him to come and ask me for my vote. But that's not important. What's important here is that we must, as if we are going to form government, and when we form government, we must deliver on the promise to our people. If we have told people that we have economic forums, you have given us the views, this is what you want to be done, it must be done. For example, me as a member of parliament, when I get elected, because right now I'm way ahead, and the issue of people, I've looked at the polls and I'm way ahead of the current member of parliament.
Okay.
He's actually number 3 on the polls when you look at them. The polls are showing that I'm leading.
Okay.
Number 2 is the one from Azimio, and number 3 is the current sitting member of parliament, who apparently is also in Azimio. He was supposed to be in Kenya Kwanza, but he did not resign from the previous party, so he's in Azimio, but he's not talking about Azimio.
Okay.
So I am leading the polls today, and I think I'm going to win with a resounding victory. I will be a different member of parliament. I will not agree with my political party just because I am in that political party. I'll agree with that which calls for the common good of our people. If it means fighting craft, I'll be on the forefront. If there is anyone who will believe that when we form government through UDA, craft to be allowed to take president against the interest of Kenyan people, then that person will be the wrong hands. Me being a member of parliament.
You know, there's a gentleman who came from that region, not quite your place. He came from Butere then, the late Martin Shikuku.
Yes.
Now, he had a reputation for doing precisely what you're saying.
We are related, by the way.
Oh. So let me not speak ill of his
All right.
relatives. Yes. Now, there's something called the winds of change, yeah?
Yes.
For the longest time, Shikuku was a champion of people's rights. Times changed. And he stood by the very things that he had stood for before, and which were good things. But the people who elect, people who vote, had changed with time, and they didn't quite think that that particular message was what they needed at that particular time. A more physical message had taken root. Physical here doesn't mean lifting weights. No. It is a clinking sound of silver. Now, would you say that the times that we are in require the sort of change that someone like Martin Shikuku represented? Because politicians of his ilk in that particular period were champions of issues. You very rarely heard them personalizing issues and making their politics about individuals and what individuals are and what they're not. It was, this is the problem we have, the government hasn't done this, and this is what we ought to have, this is what we said we would do.
First, I want to thank you for recognizing that United Democratic Alliance have brought a new conversation on the political platform. We have managed to change the narrative in the politics. We are now talking about the issues affecting Kenyans. When you look about everybody, we are no longer talking about where you come from. We are not talking about this region. Initially, we said that we do not want we do not want tribal or personal political parties coming together. But because our competitors were using that to fight that we don't want other people to come, that's when we said, no, let us open, let those people come back. So let people come on the table and let us form one united family. The United Democratic Party changed the narrative. We talk about, as you have rightly said, those things that are affecting our people. We are talking about lifting the economical standards of our people. Initially, when you look at the issue of Martin Shikuku during his era, I could wake up 6 in the morning before I go to school, and I would listen to what used to be called Leo Katika Bunge. And I would listen to Martin Shikuku speak, and I will hear Seriousness speak, and I will hear this other bishop who was in Eldoret speak from outside, not parliament, and comment on those things from outside, and I'll feel very good.
It's called Muga.
Muga. If I don't hear those three, perhaps my school will not be good on that day. Leo Katika Bunge, I will not miss it. So today, we those issues are still there. But the approach today, for example, when you go back where I come from, the platform through which I'm campaigning is about the economic of our people of Malava. Those days, when you stood on the you know, they used to campaign together.
Yes.
You will go in a stadium and you'll have 10 people who are contesting, and the DC will be in charge.
Yes, exactly.
And he'll give you time to speak. And if you are able...
Or not.
or not.
Yes.
During those days. And if you are able, you are able to speak eloquently, fast eloquently, you know, those days, I don't know, people would look at very, very many things. But among the things I remember they used to like was, if you are able to reduce your opponent to nothing, you win the election. But today, it is not about reducing your opponent. Today is about, what are you going to do for our people? What are we going to do for our people economically? And that's why I've told you my first 30 days in office is to ensure that all sugarcane that is rotting in Malava farms for small-scale farmers is harvested, so that those children that are at home, that are coming to my house every day about 200 in a day, asking for school fees, the parents are able to have the money in their pocket and take the children back to school.
It sounds like a sweet deal. The thing, though,
it is doable.
Right.
We have two mills.
Yes.
We have West Kenya Sugar in the same constituency. We have Butali Sugar. So I cannot comprehend how we are getting sugarcane from other areas, as far as South Nyanza, as far as almost the farthest end of Rift Valley, Trans Nzoia, and yet where these factories are situated, the sugarcane for our farmers is rotting in the farms. But it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. We are not saying that we should not bring sugarcane from outside, but we are saying these factories were brought here. The first reason why they were brought, it is to help the people of Malava. But you cannot have the people of Malava, the children are at home, and you have 2 factories here, and I'm a member of parliament from Malawi. With the bottom-up economic model will be a sham.
But let me ask you this. I mean, how is it then that people who grow sugarcane, the farmers, the small-scale farmers, have their cane rotting in the fields, and yet, as you state, the demand for the cane is there? Why?
I can't explain. That's why I want these people to give me an opportunity as their leader. So that first, I'm not going to be oppressive. People think Panyako is oppressive. I will sit down with these 2 factories. I want to know why they can't harvest this sugarcane. But at the bottom, I'll tell them within 30 days, I want to see all the farms clear.
You know, it doesn't make sense either, because you're talking about going as far as South Nyanza to look for cane, which will be a costlier affair.
Very costly.
And yet you have cane literally next door.
And they're not harvesting.
That is a bit difficult to understand.
Something's very interesting.
Yes.
They're not harvesting the cane around the factories. So when we talk about bottom-up economic model...
But what understanding did the factory have with the citizens of your constituency? Is there any understanding?
You see, there isn't, because when the law of Sugar Act was changed, the powers of the farmers was removed, because the outcross companies were removed. So these people will do what they want. Maybe they have competition outside there and they want to retain those farms. So they feel like, let us bring, no one will come to harvest from this area. Let us bring from outside there so that we fight our competitors at the expense of the people, the small-scale farmers around the source factories.
The 2 companies that you mentioned, are they private?
They are private. We don't have, unfortunately, the only companies we had which were not private, Mumias and Zoya. And Zoya is going down. I don't know whether it has stopped, almost gone down. Mumias stopped long time ago. They're not functioning. So we have been left in the hands of the private cane, the millers. And unfortunately, the law that protects the farmers was amended so that the miller was given all the powers. You know, initially we have outcross company, which the farmers, through that outcross company, the farmers will engage the millers, and the farmers will also have what you call an additional value, because the farmer was in charge of the transport, and that transport at the end of the, if you have supplied your sugarcane, you become a part of that company. So at the end of the year, when profits are made, and you get something. Today,
the farmer had a say in what happened.
Exactly. Today, the farmer has no say.
Okay. I mean, we're looking at a micro level in terms of what then you would be able to do as a leader, should you be elected, when it then comes to the 9th of August. But if we're going to look now macro and say what is happening countrywide with this party that is saying that it wants to deliver certain things, there seems to be a few cracks here and there. And again, I'm going to go to my question, which unfortunately, Seth, you didn't answer. The United Front that previously you seem to have been delivering seems to have some cracks in it. Now, the optics for the rest of the country are as important as the reality. So does it say anything then about what is really going on in the inner rooms, as we would say?
There's nothing like political naivety in this country. People,
you'd be surprised.
There's no political naivety. People should not sit down there and expect to be given anything on silver platter. I have just told you from where I come from. I was trying to answer that question, but not directly. I was told you I am from United Democratic Alliance Party. In Malava constituency, I can tell you where I come from. It is United Democratic Party that's going to carry the day. So it's not an issue of someone telling me that because I come from Western Kenya, we should have ANC or we should have Fort Kenya. We want to build national political parties, a party that brings all Kenyans together, and not a party that's going to be for my father, for my child, briefcase parties. In trade union, we call them yellow trade unions. We don't want yellow political parties. We want a party that resonates across the country, so that we can have a united country free of election violence that have always pulled this country back. But when you have these tribal parties or family political parties, you are not going to move this country forward. I myself, when I was joining United Democratic Alliance Party, I had an opportunity. I could join Fort Kenya. I could have joined the ANC. I could have joined Labour Party of Kenya. I'll have joined Maendeleo. There's another one for Hamis wa Mukanda Gold. I think Maendeleo, it's party, something like that. But I looked at a party that has a national outlook, because I'm a national leader. First, that's where I begin from.
Yes.
I am a national leader. I lead nurses across the country. When you go to Rukana, you find a strong office of my union there. All the 47 county governments. So on what basis will I now say I want to join a political party that comes from my place. That's not where we belong. We want a political party that brings all Kenyans together, that listens to all Kenyans from all walks of life. And when we draw the national agenda, we draw the national agenda in respect of what all Kenyans want. But if you have a political party, for example, you've had, and I don't want to say that, I am becoming very uncomfortable. I will say this without fear of contradiction because I'm a Kenyan and I don't mind. I have my decision and I stand by it. I'm becoming very much uncomfortable when I hear that southern people have been promised this in government.
But they have.
No. I'm saying they have, but I'm very uncomfortable.
You don't like it, yes.
I don't like it.
Why?
I don't like it. We want.
But isn't that the reason? But I mean, let's not fool ourselves. Let's not fool ourselves, Seth. That's the reason why people are joining these alliances and these parties in the first place.
That's not why I joined UDA.
Because of the promise of what will be given.
I'm a national leader. Are you getting the point? I'm a national leader already. That's my background. So I get so frustrated when I hear that certain people we have about 46 communities in Kenya. So when we have about 3-4 communities being promised things, what about the rest of the communities? I believe that Kenyan, we must move together as Kenyan. Okay. But the idea of isolating about less than 5 communities and allocating them government, what are we going to do with these other communities? We want to develop this country uniformly so that even that one who comes from a minority, a minute clan or community somewhere like the Okoh, like the rest, they should feel like they're part of this country. So I'm very uncomfortable because we will soon balkanize this country. We are not going to have a united country, but we are going to have a country where you'll be saying, if I have to get this, if I'm for example, I come from one of the largest tribes in Kenya, of course, the Luhya community. I'll be saying, since I come from a large community and the Kikuyu will be saying the same and the Kalenjin will be saying the same, we want to get everything in government, uniform government. Who will be the one who will stand for the minority? Who will stand for the Somalis? Who will stand for the Swahilis, who are looked as minority here? Who will stand for the Okieks? Who will stand for the Subas in Nyanza? I'm becoming so difficult to comprehend this. At the same time, I'm saying some people are saying they have done very well. If you become a president, for example, today, or you become a prime minister, we have the chief minister. It's just like a prime minister.
Yes.
And you are saying you come from, for example, Western, and you promise the people of Western certain things. Are you going to serve the people of Western, or will serve the whole country?
Well, this is the question, isn't it? Are you serving the whole country when you come into the position that you're seeking as the member of parliament for Malava? Will you be serving the people of Malava, or will you be serving the people of Kenya?
When you become a member of parliament and you go to
you're
parliament,
representing your constituency.
I'm representing my constituency, but when I make laws, I'm making laws for the whole
country. Absolutely.
Yeah. So there are certain issues. So the way you ask the first question, that go to deliverables, those minute things that are on the ground that will affect the lives of Kenyans, is when I brought the issue, an example of sugarcane farming.
You know, one of the things, if you're going to talk about sugarcane farming, I also happen to come from a sugarcane growing area.
Yes.
Come from Muhoroni.
Yes.
But you will look at the 2019 sugar bill that sought to turn around the 2013 repealing of what had previously been, what you mentioned as powers being removed from the farmers and Kenya Sugar Board and being given. Now, if you're going to be in parliament, one of the wars that you're going to be fighting is with your CSs. Because the wars that we speak about, yes, there are blames that we are pushing to parliament, especially this particular parliament, but the things you're pushing to whoever is the CS or the PSs, because those people have real power. I'm saying this because every war we have, whether it is sugar wars, coffee wars, tea, whatever issue we have, they aren't issues that came by on their own. Somebody brought them about. And there became a problem because the interest of the people was removed away.
Yes.
And what they then put in law or through amendments was the interest of a few people. Now, as a member of parliament, how do you expect, you a lone wolf, how do you expect to be able to circumvent? Because it's a tide that we've seen in the country, and it's a tide that is ongoing.
You know, as a trade unionist, one of the strength that we have is ability to negotiate and ability to bring people together. I'll use that skill to ensure that I I convince many members of parliament to see the problems facing Kenyans in general, because I have said from the beginning that I'm a nationalist and I want to look at issues on a national level.
On a national level.
I will convince them to look at the issues affecting Kenyans, and we come together and offer practical solutions. For example, the issue I've raised about cabinet secretaries who are very powerful, and they're actually secretaries to the president. They are not ministers the way we used to know. You know, they are answerable to the president. They are not answerable to the people. But initially, when you had cabinet ministers, they were answerable to the appointing authority, and they were answerable to the people. Because when you are a minister and we have elected you as a member of parliament, when you come in the village and you're in charge of health, and there is no medicine in the hospital,
clinics, yes.
you know, a village will just stand up and get a microphone and tell you, you have failed us. There's no medicine in the hospitals. But today, when you ask, he will tell you, did you appoint me? He walks away. So if you were to ask me, if there are areas that I strongly believe that we must open a proper conversation, is whether Africa is ready for a system that looks like that for America. Because what we adopted here is American system, where you have cabinet secretaries. They are called secretaries, who are appointed by the president. No, that's a disciplined country. It's a developed country. Here in Africa, when I give you a responsibility or a job to do, I'm expecting you to do the way I want you to do it, not the way the law dictates. So for us in Kenya, we have not reached that stage where we can have independence of institutions. So the best way for us is to go back to have ministers who are elected.
All right.
Who are answerable to two centers of power. The people and the appointing authority.
Seth Panyanko, thank you for joining us this morning. Many, many more conversations to be had. I mean, there's a million other questions that we could have asked you as well, but time does not allow. Thank you for being in the hot seat this morning. Hopefully we can engage with you again in the near future. Asante Sana for being part of this conversation. Thanks to our audience on KTN Home. We do it again on Monday.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
I'm Dennis Aseto. Wasingishu County Children's Officer Diana Jelimu Komen says Kenya has made steps in protecting children. Speaking in Eldoret town, Jelimu said children were protected from FGM, early marriages and deprivation of education, among other issues. She added that the government has enacted various laws that provide guidelines for the protection of children, citing the law that outlawed FGM in the country.
We have had progress in protecting the child. For example, the Children Act of 2001 is currently under review to put in place some of the emerging issues like radicalization. We have female genital mutilation, which is taking place in some communities in Kenya, where the government has come in again to put in place a law to protect the children from female genital mutilation. We have the FGM law of 2011 that is being put in implementation at the moment.
She, however, said that many children are denied an opportunity to education due to child labor, insisting that there is need for the community to be sensitized on the rights of children.
The children that face child labor are the ones who are working in our households. The children drop out of school to work in households like house helps. Others work in looking care of animals, and they end up not going to school. This negative impact on the child enables the child not to achieve his or her full potential in life. And as a country, if we continue to sensitize the public on these effects on the child, then everyone will be able to do something to ensure that the child is safe in the environment where he or she is brought up.
These, as the children from the county said, they all deserve to be given an equal chance, especially when it comes to matters education, and also that their rights be observed.
My name is Quinta Cheruto. I'm really grateful because we are celebrating the African child rights. Every child has his or her own rights. We must all follow the rights of the child so that we might continue working with the world well.
My name is Alonzo Bet and I'm in grade 6. I'm 12 years old. All child should have his or her rights.
Nyeri Central Directorate of Criminal Investigation detectives have arrested 10 police recruits for using fake academic documents to be enlisted as police constables in the National Police Service. According to DCI, they were arrested while undergoing training and their courses terminated with immediate effect after the region's premier police training institution, the National Police College main campus Kiganjo, conducted due diligence on the authenticity of the recruits' academic documents and discovered the high-level forgery. The 10 were based at the Kiganjo-based campus, where former Nairobi Regional Commander Japheth Kome is the current commandant. Kenya and Pakistan have pledged to work closely to address existing healthcare gaps within the two nations. A meeting between Health Cabinet Secretary Mutahi Kagwe and Pakistani High Commissioner to Kenya Syeda Saklain agreed to review current partnerships with a view of improving health outcomes among the citizens of the two countries. According to Kagwe, there is need to develop an elaborate and structured partnership as previous arrangements between Kenya and Pakistan have failed to achieve the desired results. And investigations have been launched into the death of a taxi driver in Wote, Makueni County, after his body was found hanging inside his house with several knife stabs on his stomach. Charles Mutua was last seen by his mother, who explained that her son was not looking disturbed and couldn't imagine he would die in such circumstances. Neighbors from Farm 4 Estate at the outskirts of Wote town explained how the young man of late was withdrawn and lived a lonely life. Police have taken the body to Makueni County Referral Hospital. And Kajiado residents have been urged to form conservancies as an option to mitigate human-wildlife conflicts, which have been rampant in most parts of the county. Kenya Wildlife Service Senior Warden in Kajiado, Vitalis Ochola, urged residents and said that they have been coexisting with wildlife since time immemorial, but due to population growth, people have settled in migratory corridors for wildlife, leading to increased human-wildlife conflicts. He reiterated that once conservancies are formed, the communities will benefit from more jobs such as scouts and safari guides. And the East African Community Partner States have been urged to provide necessary information for their citizens to protect themselves against monkeypox and prevent the virus from spreading. This follows reports by the World Health Organization of 780 laboratory-confirmed cases of monkeypox as of 2nd of June. The cases have been reported to or identified by the World Health Organization from 27 member states across 4 WHO regions that are not endemic for monkeypox virus, while monkeypox is endemic in some African countries. According to WHO, 1,392 suspected cases of monkeypox have been reported this year until mid of May in 7 African countries. Out of these, 44 cases have been confirmed. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, at a few minutes after 9 o'clock now, we're still looking at traffic building up in many parts of the city, but nothing too crazy. On Kiambu Road, it still continues. In and outbound traffic is still doing the thing and then feeding off to the Pangani underpass. It's that little nick coming off the Thika Superhighway that we'll still see some traffic with. We're also seeing some coming out of Westlands, but again, it's not too crazy. Langata Road still continued going towards the interchange. Traffic still continues there. But it looks like traffic hour will come to an early close this Friday. What a way to start the weekend without too much in terms of traffic. A lot of folks using the expressway, so that has reduced traffic on the lower grounds. So we hope that it continues for most parts of the morning. We'll check and see in about half an hour and see how things have changed. Let's talk, guys, on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127. The aim is to keep traffic moving this morning.
Spice FM, Malindi. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your
7
day.
minutes after 9 o'clock into the final hour of this show for today and the final show of the week. Thanks for keeping it with us since 6 a.m. this morning. And we go on to really just as important, if not more important, conversations in this hour. It's Kenya's biggest conversation, Ndru and CT. With you in the studio today, we're joined by two fantastic guests in this hour, talking about stuff that are really fundamental then when it comes to choosing your leadership for the next administration. Before we get into that conversation, let's look at today's proverb.
From Pemba. Makers of wooden spoons save their hands from fire. The presumption here is that they use the spoons themselves. Yes.
It's a good one, that presumption.
Yes. Because if you make the wooden spoons and you proceed to use your hands instead of the spoon, then definitely the fire will get to you. Yes.
All right. Makers of wooden
spoons, as opposed to the metallic ones that you had referred to earlier on in the show.
Right.
Yes, those ones conduct heat.
No, actually, I was going to say makers of fire, but makers of wooden spoons.
Yes.
All right. All right, so we're getting into an important conversation, not that any are not, but looking at residents and how they're vetting aspirants for ahead of the polls. And we've heard of one other area in Nairobi, for example, where this is taking place. I do think that it happens on other levels as well, where residents of certain areas are vetting aspirants and saying, okay, that's really nice that you want to run for office, but we're the ones who live here. We are the ones who know the issues. How about you come and have a chat with us about what you really want to do? And then we can tell you whether we think that you're up for the thing or not. So we know that happens in Kileleshwa as a ward. We're also seeing this happening in Langata as well. And the two residents of Langata and those who are from what we've seen, spearheading these conversations, who are with us this morning. The co-convener of the Langata Chairpersons Forum, that's Gerald Mwangi Ole Walterfang. I love that name.
Thank you.
And maybe we can take a minute for you to tell us how that all comes together. He's with us this morning, as well as the Treasurer, South Sea Residents Association, Yvonne Mwangi. Karibuni sana.
Asante sana.
Thank you for joining us in the hot seats.
Yes, indeed.
Today, talking about stuff that is really, really important. I mean, we have conversations in this room every day, and we say to ourselves, how can we hold people accountable? How can we say, guys, you said you were going to do this thing, but then here, you've not done it. Where do you go? Are you going to go knock on the county office and say, hey, you've not done your job, chuck out? But I guess one of the ways to do it is before the fact. That let people know before the fact that you actually have your eye on them. And so if they're going to do anything going left or south, that they know that the people that voted them in are watching them. Yes. So on that premise, we're having the conversation this morning. And Gerald, maybe we can kick off with you. Langata is another one that is now looking up in terms of saying, no, you want to be MP, you want to be MCA, come and tell us who you are. Yeah. Why did you decide to do this as well?
Okay, thank you, Odu and CT, for this opportunity to be with you. It's great to be here. We watch you, we see you, so it's important that we come and share with you what we have observed, and it's a delight to be here. In 2015, we knew we were heading to 2017 elections, and we were concerned as citizens and as people who live in residential areas about the kind of leadership we were getting. So we decided that we will start off by forming what we call political debates, where we invite residents in order for them to be able to have an opportunity to interrogate and ask questions and hold the leaders to account. So we did that as a precursor in 2017. Come 2022, we thought, what mistakes have we done and what have we observed? And therefore, the Langata Chairpersons Forum came together as a forum where all chair of residents and estates and apartments also, and any residential area, get together and deliberate about issues that are happening within the estate. So you have issues of water, you have issues of electricity, you have issues of lighting, you have issues of road and security. But we asked ourselves, who is in charge of all these things? We go out of our way paying for extra things to be done. And we discovered that they are all catered for. But the thing is, who is holding these leaders to account? And that's the journey that we started. And therefore, the Langata Chairpersons Forum has been the spearhead of what we are calling the Langata Speaks. And what does that do? It offers the residents an opportunity not to lament, not to complain, but to do something about it. You start before, and you start by engaging with the people who have presented themselves as the leaders who want to lead us. And therefore, you come there and you are able to ask questions. We take questions from residents, those who are not able to be with us physically, we take questions from them. And these are the questions that we hold these leaders to account. And therefore, we offer them an opportunity to be able to interrogate. Then you go to the ballot and you decide, who is it that I want to be my MCA, my MP, and also we want to interrogate also the senators and the governors and the women led.
Okay, so I mean, then Yvonne, so who's coming forward, and what are some of these things that we're hearing then that are important for would-be aspirants? And then I guess 1B would be, are the would-be leaders interested in hearing what residents have to say?
Okay, wow, thank you very much. Thank you for allowing us to be here. It's actually a great pleasure.
Oh, no, thank you for accepting the invite and for honoring us with your presence.
Thank you. Wow, okay, it's very nice. I'll start off with 1B, okay? I'll start off with the second question, and I'll say this. The leaders are very interested. They want to know what the residents think of them. So when we put up the first one, which started off in South Sea, I will tell you this. They were the ones coming to us and asking us, what do you want us to do? How can we help you? Can you give us the questions? I said, no, I'm not giving you the questions, but what we'll do, no leakage, what we'll do is we'll make sure that when you come there, the questions are, well, you'll be able to understand them and be able to answer them. And we made sure that we told the residents, look, at the end of the day, you are the ones who are responsible, not us. You are the one who's responsible. So if you do not attend, you will miss that chance to ask this person who wants to become your MCA, why do they want to do this, and how will they change South Sea, or how will they change Langata, or how will they change Karen? If you don't come and ask, do not come back and say, this person didn't do this for me, yet you had the chance to actually interrogate him and tell him, by the way, will you do it or will you not do it? The other thing we do with the leaders is we hold them accountable, we make them sign a charter. Okay? On that charter, it defines every single thing that you are supposed to do as an MCA. Every single thing. And you sign it. And you all hold it together, saying that we have all signed this.
There's evidence.
So
there's evidence. There's evidence.
It's a written down social contract.
Thank you. So even if you go in and don't do it, we as the residents can come after 2 years and say, you know what? You signed this. You didn't do it. Now we're going to impeach you. Because we have now the authority. Because you see, initially we didn't. We had nothing to hold them for. So now here's a chance.
I'm interested in what spurred this on. And it might seem obvious, but then again, maybe not so much. Because it's been yonks of leaders coming in and doing whatever on earth they wanted to do. Even those who maybe would have done a better job, maybe didn't get the opportunity because of 1, 2, 3. So what spurred this action to say, hold on, folks, we've complained. Let's have these guys in the room, literally, first of all. What pushed that to happen, Gerald?
Pain is a good teacher. Pain.
Yeah.
When you have a toothache, you can ignore it. But the longer you ignore it, the more the pain gets to you, the more you decide that I have to do something about it. Either I pluck it out or I go get it checked and get it filled. So the pain of residents having to wait on people to do stuff for them, and yet we have elected leaders that we have put in office, who eventually we asked ourselves, what is their duty? And of course, you know the classic thing we always say, tunagojea serikali. We realize serikali is you. So in addition to what is happening right now, we have gone a step further into civic education of the residents. Now, it amazes us all, including myself, that we have been empowered, but we were not aware. The County Act of 2012 gives you that authority to participate fully in everything that is being done on behalf of your county, of your ward, and even of your constituency. The same thing with the Neighborhood Act of 2016 gives you the authority and the powers bestowed upon you to be able to question all these things. Finally, the Constitution itself starts with the preamble of we the people. So we asked ourselves, who are these people we are waiting for? And then, of course, the actual pain, no water. There are people who have gone months without water. They pay to their teeth. The economy right now is in a spin. And therefore, if you look at all these things being put together, it's actually stressing the residents and the citizen, who is the backbone, the taxpayer. And we keep taking more out of the taxpayer, drawing more blood. It reached a point where people said it's enough. So we want to know, you as the MCA, why are our roads the way they are? Why do I have to go changing my brake pads, changing my, my shock absorber from a place I live? Why do I have to be buying water with through Bowsers? And yet somebody is in charge, somebody is meant to be taking care of us and helping us find out why we are not having water.
Sure.
So the issues of security, who is in charge? When you came in and you gave us a promise, what were the promises? And for us, we actually have called our MCA to the residents and sat with him. When he came in, we called him. We wrote down exactly what he said he'll do. I sat in that meeting. I remember asking him, please do not say something that is populist and you'll not be able to deliver.
Right.
We give you a second chance to retract whatever you have said.
If you think that you may have
if you
made
think
a
that you may
mistake.
have made a mistake, it's
Yeah.
okay. And what we did is we were very deliberate in the group. We invited elderly people. And of course, in our customary traditions, you don't lie before the elders. Then, because you might be in between the .com age, we invited the younger generation. So those ones you might, slide with them, but they'll still be up pursuing you. So we invited, a very well deliberate group of people. 2 years down the line, we called him back. And all we did is say, do you remember the minutes we took? You remember receiving them? Here they are. Did you do the following? No. No. It's just, did you do yes or no? Now, here is not a place where you explain. It's yes or no.
Right.
Yeah. And it's that we are holding them to account.
Yeah. What happened at that point?
Yes. Now, at that point,
when the 2 years later,
yeah,
and somebody is fumbling and there's a yes or no,
yeah,
what happens at that point, or what happened with the current MCA?
Now, that's the point. Of course, the person will give you excuses, which we have had for a long time and continue to hear. But being fair also to this individual, we say, let's go back to what we agreed. Why has this not happened? And, to be honest, like the one individual just said, this is a political game. These are the guys that I promised. The places you are asking me about the walkways, I cannot remove these guys because these are my voters. Now, of course, you go back to the citizen and say, so you decide whether you want walkways or you want somebody who is going to be helping people to use your walkways for whatever business that is being carried out. And so then we said about the water. Of course, we know there is an issue with the amount of water that is received in Nairobi. The amount that is required and the amount that is received, there's a big gap in between. Now, we asked, if you sit on the county assembly and you are the water chairperson, and we in Langata are the number one sufferers, what are you telling us? If you have gone there and you have seen the number of Bowsers coming in through the gates, and people are complaining that part of the business that is transacting here is also a cartel, what are you doing about it? So residents decided enough of asking questions. So take charge by yourself. Know that the next round, which is now 2022, has come around, is that we will look for the candidate who fits that bill and we'll hold them to account. Now, the beauty of this time, as opposed to the last time, is that this time we also understand we can recall you. We can recall you and we know how to recall you.
Right.
So if anybody is out there thinking that the residents and the citizens of Kenya always lament, then after a while they go back to the usual self, they have something else coming. So a recall is an option, and also deciding who should be voted in is an option. Yeah.
Do you people okay, since you talk about the recall and you've repeated it something like 4 times in 2 sentences, do you understand the mechanisms of recalling?
A good question.
Do you understand it?
Wow, actually, to be honest, I don't quite understand it completely, but I do know that it requires I know signatures are required from the residents. That I know for sure, and I know that we need to take it to the city hall, and
Assembly.
from there, then we can then proceed. I'm not too sure about what happens after that.
Actually,
but
this isn't an exam question.
Yes.
Why I was asking?
Yes.
I'm not marking you. There's
No
scheme,
problem.
Okay.
No, yes.
Why I'm asking is this. You tell someone, we are asking you and we are setting up a social contract with you.
Yes.
The real threat in their minds has a 5-year period.
Past. Yes.
Yes. Now I'm coming back to the recall.
Yes.
As you're setting up the social contract, don't you think it would be in your interest to also set up that recall mechanisms?
Yes.
So if it's the signatures, you already have them. So you tell them, ndugu ama dada mpendwa, tafadhali, please understand, even as you've told us these things and we want to believe you, we are telling you this, okay? And anybody who comes here, because there'll be many people coming.
Yes, true.
As and when we call you for reference, and this time it's not going to be 2 years, it's 1 year.
It's 1 year.
Okay? And we find your fault. The second year is to confirm whether you've actually changed or not.
Yes.
We already have in place the mechanism for removing you. Not we are going to institute it, we already have it. So go in there when you know that when we talk about recall, we are not telling you fairy tales. We will actually recall you. Have you considered that?
That is a beautiful option. Let me start from the fact that we have been following through the civic education of learning how to do these things. And that is one of the elements that we are trying to ask all residents, not only in Langata, but everywhere, to acquaint ourselves with the mechanisms and the opportunities that we are given by the constitutions and the county acts. Now, it is true that for a recall, you do need to go around the county and even in your ward seeking the signatures that you require. It is true that you need to pass it through the National Assembly, and there has to be due course of why it is so necessary for you, with proof, of course, of why this person must be recalled. It's not been implemented, it's not been tested, because the politician is also the one who makes the law, who passes it in the National Assembly. So they do find ways of trying to block you from that. However, we have said that as residents associations, we are aware, we have become aware, and some of the options that we have is the recall. And indeed, what you have stated is for us to do the homework and find out exactly how. One of our problems as residents, of course, and as citizens, is we have not been doing enough homework. And the guys know where we have failed to do the homework, and they know where to circumvent that.
Exactly.
However, with the resolve, and it's the small steps that we have started, they themselves now acknowledge, before they ignored us. I remember in 2017, when we invited some for the debate, they said, come on, I know it's a done deal and I'm through.
Right.
Yeah? And it is true. At that point, it was a done deal. But what that did is to arouse a wrath in us of saying, so you presume and assume. Our work is only to come to the ballot. And whether we come or not, because some of you belong to very large parties, you say, I don't care, and I don't need to show up.
Yes.
That has changed. The behavior of the voter has changed. The behavior of the candidate has changed. We want to take it to a level where now we hold you accountable. We don't answer to you. You answer to us.
Exactly.
That is where we're trying to get to.
So when these folks show up at these debates, so I mean, because we can liken them to town halls now,
Yes.
as what
Yes.
really happens
Yes.
at the ward level, at the constituency level.
Yeah.
The lights, camera, action are not there.
Yeah.
The glare of the nation is not there.
Yes. Yeah.
Which usually in other cases would maybe tempt some people to say some things that are not true.
Yes, indeed.
Do you think that it takes away, now that they're having an intimate conversation with people that they're essentially going to represent at that nuclear level?
Yes.
Do you find that they're telling you more truth than they would if the rest of the country was watching?
Wow, okay, that's a good question. Being one of the moderators, I'll tell you this. Because they didn't know the questions in advance, when we asked them the questions, you could see them thinking.
Yes.
And you realize, oh my goodness, this guy has been caught off guard. Yes. And he has to think and he has to be very eloquent. So then he puts his best foot forward, but you can still see him fumbling because he was trying to lie. Then he realizes, no, I can't lie. I'm in front of people. So I need to state facts and I need to put things forward and I need to tell them the truth. Because even when we ask them as the continuous question of education, so I'll bring this one up. And when we asked them about their education, you could see people thinking, now do I tell the truth? Do I have or do I lie?
Yes.
You know,
to what degree do I
lie? So I remember we started off with the lady at the end who was running for MCA, and she said she's done sports and mentorship, coaching. The next one said, I have done CPA, only one, but I have been an accountant for very many years. Next person, he said, look, me, I've only gone until Form 4, but I'm currently studying piloting.
It's the truth.
It's the truth.
It's the truth.
But I'm running for this position. Next person said, I have gone to this university, that university, I've done this program. We're like, okay, wow. And I understand government, and I've worked in government, and realize, okay, wow, now here's a chance. We have all these other guys who don't have the necessary qualifications, but this guy has them, but does he have the votes? You see? So when you're presenting yourself, you need to present yourself knowing that I may not have the votes, or even if I do have the votes, can I say, not say what the people need to hear, can I be truthful?
Right.
Can I put in things that are going to be practical? I'm not going to say when I enter in 90 days, I'm going to give you water. Where are you getting the water from? You know what I'm saying?
And also for us, is key is, can you do the job?
Yes.
Are you able to do the job?
Yes.
There's a lot of promises you make, but can you do the job?
Exactly.
And we understand that you may be able to do the job, may not have had the requisite education, and you could be telling us, I have a plan to get myself to the standards.
Exactly.
Yeah. So when we hear that honest conversation, we're able to say, fine, we are all not angels, we are all not perfect. We're able to look at you and say, okay, this one deserves a chance. However, what are the minimal requirements of each of those positions? Have you met them? So that we don't run into some of the things now we are beginning to see at the 11th hour that we're experiencing currently in the country.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to take a break and take a look at weather and traffic. But then interesting, because there might be other wards, there might be other areas in the country that are thinking, hold on a moment. Shouldn't we also be having this conversation with these fellows who want to come and roll, so we can find out how exactly that can be done? So we're going to do that and come back and continue with this conversation. However, I want to tell you about Sarit Your City and what they have in store for Father's Day, which incidentally is Sunday. And they're saying, look, there's a lot of activity that you can get involved in. We here are saying that, Dairyland has a hamper up for you, up for grabs this morning, and as one of the partners with Sarit Your City, the question that we floated this morning is, in terms of impact for your father, tell us your favorite childhood memory that you have of your father. Tell us your favorite childhood memory that you have of your father. One of the partners that will be at Sarit Your City is Peach Cars. They come in, and we all know how, dads have a thing for cars. Get quality car inspection, professional brokerage services, fast financing, insurance, support services, and more. So Sarit Your City gives you that great experience for you to have something great for your dad. And our very own Jimmy Gathu will be there this Sunday on ground from 2 to 7. Spot him and stand a chance of winning a Father's Day prize.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to SpiceFM.
This year's Father's Day extends the entire month of June with Sarit Your City. The whole month of June is about celebrating fathers through different activities designed to make sure fathers who visit Sarit Your City have plenty to choose from. Is shopping his thing? We have offers and discounts from various stores, medical camps, and fitness challenges by Smash Fit Gym to ensure he's in tip-top shape. Art exhibitions by Sana Arts, Superbike displays, and top DJs at the Rooftop Garden. There's more. This Father's Day, Sarit, your city, will also be hosting the premiere of blockbuster movie Jurassic World Dominion at Century Cinemax. It's not just Father's Day for us. You can walk in your father's shoes and enjoy quality time at Sarit, your city, throughout the month of June.
Partly sunny conditions in Nairobi at 17. We'll see highs of 25 and lows of 14 through today. It's sunny at 17 in Nakuru, highs of 25. We'll see highs of 22 in a rainy Nyeri, now at 18, and we'll see lows of 13. 11 will be the low in a sunny Eldoret at 15, going to highs of 25. It's raining in Mombasa at 26, highs of 29 and lows of 24, and rain showers as well at Malindi at 27, highs of 29 and lows of 26. 23 and sunny in Kisumu, highs of 28 and lows of 18, while in Kakamega it's sunny at 23. It'll go to highs of 29 and lows of 11 today. Out in Kampala, the sun is out as well at 23. We'll see highs of 28 and 31 will be the high in a mostly cloudy Dar es Salaam at 26. It's warmed up just a little bit in Johannesburg. We're now at 8 degrees. It'll see highs of 16 and lows of 4. The rain is coming down in Lagos at 24, highs of 28 and lows of 23. Mostly cloudy conditions at 22 in Kinshasa, highs of 30 and lows of 21. Let's look out into Beijing. We're going into Friday evening. It's 30 and sunny, highs of 31 and lows of 21. Paris at 21 is sunny, highs of 34. Going into summer, we'll see highs of 32 in London, where it's sunny at 21. Cloudy conditions in New York at 21. Still Thursday night, coming into Friday, we'll see highs of 32 and lows of 19.
Spice FM, Malindi.
So the clock says we're out of traffic hour, and so do the streets. It looks much better now. Just a little bit here and there on Uhuru Highway, getting out towards the CBD and then through into Westlands. We're likely to see that continue for some time, just because of that little nook then between the Bunyala Road roundabout and then heading out towards the Haile Selassie roundabout. Coming up Langata Road is much better now. Getting towards that interchange at the T-Mall. So that still continues. Thika Superhighway traffic ended there just about 30 minutes ago, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue getting into the weekend Friday. We're likely to see a pickup of activity later on in the day. We'll be here to hear what it is. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Are you looking to hire? We know finding the right candidate for the job can be difficult and quite an expensive endeavor, but that doesn't have to be the case. Reinvent your hiring with Digger Jobs. We offer you a seamless recruitment portal and access to our thousands of job seeker profiles to suit your hiring needs. In just a few clicks, you'll be able to select the best candidates ranked by real data. Sign up today by visiting jobs.digger.co.ke and start your journey to efficient and effective hiring.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Feel the roar. KCB is bringing you the World Rally Championship on the 23rd to the 26th of June 2022. Tune in to the Spice Drive with me, Edward Quach, to find out more about it and how KCB has made it possible for you to enjoy all the action. KCB, go ahead.
Africa is rapidly growing, and Merck Foundation is raising awareness about different social and health issues through fashion and art with purpose. Our Africa TV show on KTN Home will talk about issues that matter to you, such as diabetes awareness, ending child marriage, supporting girl education, and breaking infertility stigma, among other topics affecting the continent. Join Merck Foundation CEO Senator Dr. Rasha Kelej every Saturday at 5:30 p.m. as she talks to fashion designers, singers, and other personalities from across Africa. Only on KTN Home.
Business news with Spice FM.
I'm Dennis Aseto. Energy Cabinet Secretary Monica Juma says there is need for Kenya to embrace green energy production in the wake of the skyrocketing fuel prices. Juma, who is also the acting Cabinet Secretary for Petroleum, said that the usage of green energy production will go a long way in cushioning millions of Kenyans who are bearing the brunt of the high cost of petroleum products. The Google Arts and Culture has partnered with Karakana, a Kenyan social impact enterprise, to launch an online exhibition for embroidery products. Karakana supports marginalized women and people living with disabilities to learn cross-stitching and traditional craft, turning it into an income. Karakana is among 7 affiliates of the Mama Foundation, led by Mama Rachel Ruto. The page will include online exhibits narrated by marginalized women and people living with disabilities who explain their circumstances and the role Karakana has played in their lives. Equity Bank has been featured as the best bank in Kenya in the 2022 Think Business Banking Awards for the 11th consecutive year, reinforcing the bank's position as a market leader in the financial sector. Besides being crowned overall best bank in Kenya, the bank bagged 21 other accolades for its exemplary performance in the banking sector, having been recognized for its innovations in the banking, telco, fintech, and social impact sectors, and for contributing to the prudence and stability of the banking sector by accelerating digital transformations. The World Trade Organization concluded hard-won deals on fishing subsidies, food insecurity, and COVID-19 vaccines in a landmark bundle of agreements secured.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
22 minutes to 10 o'clock. Kenya's biggest conversation continues. Really important stuff that we're talking about here. And just looking at how you then can engage would-be aspirants or, incoming leaders. And talking from Langata constituency this morning with Gerald and Yvonne. And keeping this conversation real.
Yes.
Because it's the real issues.
It's the real issues.
It's not some flowery thing, lights, camera. It's the real issues.
Yes.
So this is the second, maybe most vibrant constituency that we've heard doing this, or rather area, Residents Association doing this after the Kid Electoral Ward.
Yes.
I'm sure. I mean, I know that the residents of Kilimani and who are having these conversations as well.
Yeah.
But then other folks are sitting and asking, okay, wait, is it too late? 53 days to the election, 52 days now.
Yeah.
Is it too late for us to also start engaging would-be leaders in our area? And how on earth did you start? It cannot be cheap. It's time-consuming. It's probably a bother. Sometimes you think, why on earth should I be the one calling people to come and discuss with these guys who are going to come and lie to us, So how do you even start? How did you start?
Actually, for anyone listening and anyone watching, I would want to tell them it's not too late. There are different methodologies of doing it. We started because others had started. I had Irungu Houghton, they have started something in Kilimani, some Waora. And you come across these individuals and you say, hey, guys, how do you do this? And they say, we just sat. And we figured we've gone through a pain and would want to subject the guys into some sort of a vetting process. So we came back and we figured which is the best way. And we said, through the formation of leaders of estates, it becomes easier. But if you're not at that stage, it doesn't necessarily mean you must be leaders of anything, but they're willing to lead this initiative. So it can be a group of residents, citizens who come together. It can be through the churches, through the mosque. It can be through the business leaders who are in the estates. As long as you have somebody willing to sacrifice. Yes, indeed, it takes time. It does take resources. The biggest one is time. I can tell you that for a fact. This lady hasn't been sleeping. I haven't been sleeping because you have to coordinate things within a very short time. You have to look for the candidates. You have to present them in a manner that is objective. Many of them think you're setting them up. They think that these guys are after me. And you have to prove to them that this is for the common good. So that does take time. But the starting is just a matter of getting together. Get a few individuals who are willing to go through the pain and sacrifice and volunteer for that particular initiative. It doesn't take too long. For South Sea, we did it. The planning took a bit longer. It did take about 2 weeks or so behind the scenes and pushing the agenda, coming up with the kind of questions you'll be asking, who will be the moderators. Again, these guys, you have to vet them. so that they are objective.
Yes.
We all have a preference of a candidate, and there's a candidate we don't like.
Mm.
But as a moderator, you have to drop that and say, I'm giving them the best objective opportunity in justice and fairness for them to say what they need to say.
Mm.
But since we have a tool to evaluate them, then the fairness comes in. So you have to create the tool for vetting them. You have to create the program for the day. You have to decide whether it's a whole day, whether it's half day. You have to decide on the venue, whether you get it sponsored by the community, whether it's you who goes to the pocket as a team and you contribute. Then you have to look for volunteers, people who are willing to work with you. And then we keep learning. The first time we did it on our own, this time we have pulled along younger people to mentor them so that they go through the mentorship process, so that the next 5 years is probably them pushing the agenda. So those are the things that you look at. Yeah?
That's true. Yes, I think Gerald has said most of the things. But one thing you realize is when you're planning anything, any occasion, it takes time. So for us, the biggest issue was the MCAs, convincing them. You have to literally pick up the phone and tell the person, we're having this event, would you please come? Some would say yes, some would say, why do I need to? Is it a must? I'm not coming. I'm like, seriously? People would give you reasons that you're like, okay, that doesn't make sense. Then you go back and tell them, listen, do you want to be elected? Do you want to meet the people who are going to elect you? Then they say yes. Then please come. And they showed up.
Right.
And they showed up on time. And they came, and when they sat there, they were humble. And they said, okay, fine, we are ready. What would you like us to do? What questions would you like to ask us? And we said, okay, this is about time. And when you look at their demeanor, they're saying to you, we are here. We are presenting ourselves to you. Please make sure you ask us the right questions so that we can answer them and tell these people to elect us. They did not come there to campaign. And we were very, very clear from the beginning. This is not your campaigning platform. Do not come and campaign. Do not come. If you're coming with your people, make sure you don't wear the colors. Don't come with people who are going to make noise. In fact, we even said, don't even clap until the end. Don't boo, we were very strict. Because you see, we realized if you do that, then you discourage the other candidate.
Right.
The other thing we did, we mixed up the questions. So if I ask you, who are you? I don't ask that person the next question. Because if you have 4 people and you ask them the same thing, it becomes monotonous.
Sure.
So we need to keep it exciting. So we had the moderators do different questions. So I ask you one, the other moderator asks you another question, and they're like that. So nobody knew what was going to be asked next. They were like, okay, you're surprised. And then you could see they had to think and they had to stand. And you stand up in front of a microphone. Are you eloquent? Can you stand up in front of people and speak?
Right.
Yeah.
What's happening is something that happens, and it's maybe also almost taken for granted in other more developed democracies. Let's use those safe words. And it's expected of aspirational leaders that the people of their communities are actually going to call them and bring them to book, that they are waiting to be asked, when are we actually going to come here? So now with obviously this that has become a thing, and I actually do think it happens at the local level. I really think that it happens at the village level that sometimes you often take for granted. That there are people who are vetting these guys on a daily. They may not sit down and have an eloquent discussion with them, but there are certain things that they're sifting through by the manner in which they deal with them on a daily or monthly or however often they come to them basis. So do we see a situation, based on what you're doing now, where it will become the modus operandi? That it will be that leaders who are hoping to represent at the lowest level, even to the highest, will be asked to meet the mark by the people who live in those areas.
Yes, that's actually, that was the plan. That was why we started Langata Speaks. That was the agenda. We want to make sure that every 5 years we have elections. We have this vetting. We have this conversation. We make sure that these leaders, even the ones who are incoming or outgoing, you come and you tell us, did you do it? Did you not do it? You see, because if we keep it as status quo, we will not get anywhere. You will get to a point, sorry.
No, go ahead.
You will get to a point in your life and realize, look, we need change. But who is the change?
Who is the change?
Who is the change? Because all the time we keep saying it is someone else. But the reality is, it is us. We are the change. And if we don't take charge and tell that person, look, no, you're not going to do this to us, We are going to take charge and say, you know what, this is how things are going to be done.
Yeah.
And if you don't do things our way, we will show you the door.
You know, 5 years is a long time
Yes.
for someone to be in a position.
Yes.
Yeah.
What the process that you're undergoing is actually a complex one.
Yes.
Complex in this sense.
Yeah.
There's the realization that you need to do this. There is the idea of convincing people who live within your constituency that this is important for them.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then there's getting the would-be candidates to get this. Now, the beauty is would-be candidates already live there.
Yes.
So if you do it more often, it means anybody who lives there, who comes from there, who is aspiring, will know what to expect.
The expectations. Yes.
And the more you do it, the more you normalize it.
Yes.
Yes.
Because what you're saying, and what Ndu mentioned about machinani, as we call it,
Yes.
Yes.
actually used to happen, but not quite in this way.
True.
Yeah.
Because you would go to church
Yes.
to talk to these people.
Yes.
You didn't ask for votes.
Yes.
Yes.
But
yes.
you participated in events that the community was involved in, so people knew you. In fact, that was the criteria.
Yes.
Do we see this person? How often are they involved in this?
Yes. Excellent.
The money element came in and started messing up that
Yes,
equation.
exactly.
Because now it's a question of who gives what and
Yes.
how much is given. And then political parties, when they came in, now it is, are they in this party?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the vetting just kept getting diluted and diluted and diluted.
Yes.
Because so long as you support this individual and their party is strong in your region, it gave anybody and everybody
Yes.
an opportunity to just go in simply because they belong to the party.
Yes.
But it appears we are waking up and realizing
No.
this doesn't actually work.
Very true.
Okay?
Very true.
But now,
Yes.
the accountability, so that it doesn't seem like it's punitive,
Yes.
Yeah.
but it's restorative, and that people are actually assisted to enable them to do what they do. Why am I saying
Yes.
help assisted enabled?
Yes.
Because these areas that people live in,
Yes.
my goodness,
Yes.
the human resource capacity, those places is vast.
Yes, it
A
is.
lot.
It
So
is.
it's understanding who do we have who lives with us here, who has expertise in this and who has in this. I'm sure you have your committees.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Now, the expertise enables people to actually hold these leaders to more account.
Yes.
Because it's not just a question of calling you. It's a question of going beyond calling you. See, you are in the assembly.
Yes.
Yes.
And they do the same thing.
Yes.
Yes. Perhaps the influence ought to go even up to the level of the assembly, where you say, we would like to come to the assembly and even have a say about some of these things from time to time.
Very true.
Because after all, it's our assembly. You know, we're the ones who live in this city.
Yes. Very
Yes.
true. Yes.
Now, the question comes.
Yeah.
At what point do you know that you have actually gotten the message across and that you are able to actually derive the benefits that a leader should be bringing to you? What will you need to see happening before you get to that point?
First, let me just, you have triggered a very important and very material aspect of what we are doing. Number one, we want to change the way things are done. The servant becomes the one who has been leading. We want them to be aware that they are servants, not the
bosses.
other way, not the bosses.
Exactly.
Yeah? If you recall, one of the success cases of Makueni is because Professor Kifudha Kibwana has understood the concept of leadership from the village level. Currently, as we are speaking, a lot of us, and now this is across the sectors, have realized the mistakes we have made. So there is a push and an initiative, and that's what Kilimani is doing, and then we are part of it, and also Langata. There's a push of having us identify exactly what you said. We know who is able to lead. We know the people we live with. We know who does things without having to be paid, and they do not even look for payment for that particular activity or work or contribution to community. Why is it we never choose these people? Who says that I, the one who has presented myself, are the only candidates? Why can't the community say, I know City, he's capable of doing 1, 2, 3. We know it because he has not come forward, but we see what they are doing.
Right.
Can we go and encourage them to pick on that particular position and be able to do that? So there's an element where we are working on that leadership will start from Nyumba Kumi. Nyumba Kumi is not the Nyumba Kumi that we are told about, but Nyumba Kumi would be probably the estate where you live, one estate area. Within the estate, there's a court. That's a Nyumba Kumi. There's a leader there. How did you get that leader? How did they come forth? And how were they elected or selected? What were the reasons they were selected? Then build that up to the point where you have a couple of Nyumakumis. They elect a leader who becomes now the chair or whatever title you want to give them. Those meet with other leaders from the other estates, from the other apartments, and they too come up with a leader. Similarly, those who go to the church, they have people who lead in what you call the cells, the fellowship, whatever you call it. Yeah, same thing with the guys going to the mosque or the temple. So those leaders eventually reach to a point where they are able to sit down and say, we are all leading, and we're all doing a good thing, a common good. Who then among us can we be able to raise up to become the candidate who is going to vie for MCA? Remember, you have not stopped the other guys coming in.
No.
The one who wants to steal, the one who plans to go and just and
or the one who thinks that they've been selected by divine intervention.
It doesn't stop them.
Yes. Right.
But what it does, it has given the person all the way from the grassroots the opportunity to offer leadership. Delegated leadership.
So I hear you saying,
yes.
I hear you saying here that essentially then communities can actually be responsible for the leaders that we select going into the future.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and that's
you can have
want.
other people who come along.
Yes.
But you know, the people that you have seen working and have been accountable and have been doing a good job and have been responsible. That communities can come together and select such a person.
Indeed.
I tell you, you're gonna have there's some people who are not comfortable with this conversation at all because they realize that such
and
people
we hope
exist.
they are uncomfortable.
You know, we saw this
That
happen.
is what we want.
Yes.
We saw this happen in Kericho County.
Yes.
There's a gentleman by the name of Dr. Eric Mutai, a university lecturer,
an
ordinary citizen. The citizens of that particular county not only donated vehicles branded,
exactly,
but people were giving 200,
they gave him pocket money.
Excellent.
Yes.
Excellent.
And he won.
And he won.
Now the nomination. Now they decided who is going to be their leader.
Yes.
And they have observed that individual.
And I'm saying all communities observe and they know.
Exactly. Yes.
It's not that they don't.
Yes.
They do. It doesn't matter where the community is.
Yes.
They have a very
They
clear
know.
idea.
Yes.
Once in a while, such a person actually offers themselves and they get elected.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But more often than not, they look at the landscape and they figure, this I don't want to get involved in.
And the beauty of this process is that exactly what you have stated. Many avoid coming into this space because it's a dirty game.
Yeah.
I don't have the resources and I will not manage. Now, you've given a classic example of what we are working towards, is that once you have been elevated to that level by the community, it is the community that will work to get you the resources that you need to campaign. And you see, over a period of time, you may not even need the resources because what you'll be doing is filtering away all the bad elements and now having, out of the 4 of us, you're all capable. And it's a matter of meeting in the town hall, speaking to the people, convincing them. They say, maybe this year we should give it to so-and-so. Yes, because all of them now, we have taken them through the filter, they are good leaders.
So it's about time there's a different kind of politics
it's
around the
about
country.
time
It's
to
about
change the
time that we say,
narrative.
it's not you who's going to decide what's on the buffet. It is us who decide what we are serving, and it's going to be coming from us. That's a really great people-centered leadership, isn't it?
But you must also have the tools. And currently, again, in 2012, the pain has been there for a long time. In 2012, a group of us sat and we came up with a tool, a very simple tool, which even you and I can do right here. It's called the BVIP tool. What is BVIP? It's B and then EVIP. Yeah? What's that? When you look for a leader, you ask whether that leader is blameless. What do you mean by blameless? Do I have scandals?
Don't we all?
Have I stolen? Have I been doing what I'm meant to do? So, and it's all there. And it's in the public. These days you can't hide. It's here. It's all here. And then the E, am I a leader or a person who encourages others? Because there are people who, and I don't know what has happened to our communities and society, every period and every time we are engaging is a competition. So am I a person who sees you not to compete with you, not to suppress you, but actually to pull my hand and pull you up and be able to encourage you. So that I put you on my shoulders and you pull me to the next stage.
Absolutely.
Yeah? So that's what you're looking for. Then, do you have a vision? Everybody says I can lead. Yes, everybody says. Everybody claims I can lead. But do you have a compelling vision for us to follow you? Yeah? If you're going to lead us into darkness, then surely that's not a space we want.
Well.
Yes. And then you have the I. Are you inclusive?
Yeah.
Do you involve other people? Even in your simple meetings, do you, overwhelm others, or do you ask for consensus? Do you build consensus, and do you allow people to participate? Eventually, of course, you must make a leadership decision.
Sure.
And the final one, are you protecting the society? When they're grabbing land, like she'll share with you, there's a piece of land they're trying to grab in South Sea.
Yes,
do you just sit and say, oh no, this country is bad, it's corrupt, we can't do anything about it? Or do you stand out and say, we are protecting this? So that's a tool that you do. And I like what you brought out then. How do you use that tool? You can, it's a very simple tool. You do a zero, absolutely, you don't understand what you're doing.
A marking scheme.
Yes, a marking scheme, yes.
0 to 10.
0 to 10. And then a 1, you say, I think I'm there. And a 2 is, I'm doing very well. Yes. Now, that tool, you do it to yourself first before you do it unto the others. And if you're able to do that, then you have a measure of finding out the kind of leadership that you want. So you have to have vetting tools, which is what we have not been having in the community. You have to have nomination tools. We want even to reach to a level. Before you go and tell us that you want to stand, has your own family consented to you standing?
Or
Yes, you yourself.
To make the decision.
You may tell us I'm a leader. Does your own family believe you're a leader? They have more on you than we have on you. So if your own family refuses to nominate you,
how much more anybody else outside? Look, we can go for hours having this conversation, and I think we ought to, and I think it's really important to have this out here. I mean, we'd love to have conversations about this again in the near future. We've got 52 days, and there's a lot that can be done in that period. So we want to thank both of you, Gerald and Yvonne, for coming. It's good to have you in the studio because you listen to us every day. And to have you here is really great.
It's also great to be here.
Some sugar and spice for you after the show.
Oh, no, definitely. One thing that Gerald hasn't mentioned is this weekend we're going to Mugumoine. After that, we then will have High Rise. We'll have Nairobi West. We'll have Karen. Karen said they'll do their own.
Okay.
Then the major one, the biggest one now, is the Members of Parliament, which will be held at Tangaza College on the 30th of July. I know it's close.
But it will be important.
But it will be important.
It's okay.
Right.
Yes.
I know it's tight, but we get it done. We have to get it done. We will get it done. It's at Tangaza, and they have the space and everything. The other thing is we do have a pay bill number, which Gerald,
our time is
I know it's really tight.
We're really tight in terms of seconds, and we can get that and share that.
We can share that.
But you can go ahead and tell us what that pay bill is. And
Gerald.
247. And then the account number is 0716 238 252. So pay bill 247 0716 238 252 as the account.
Fantastic. We're really interested in knowing what will happen in a couple of weeks and then in that month, and know how this will go ahead.
And we invite you, come to Mugumoine Uhuru Gardens Primary School. It has very high-tech technology. It's a public school, and people are trying to promote it. That's why we chose to be there. We also want to help the students who are there, that they may be able to have something from their school feeding program, which was withdrawn because of Corona. So we're inviting all of you.
Fantastic. Yes. Gerald and Yvonne, thank you for being here with us this morning. Really great stuff, and we continue with the conversations. Situation Room joins you again Monday morning. Have a fantastic weekend. It's 10:01.
We have been able to identify over 350 illegal firearm holders in this belt. For those who have already surrendered voluntarily the arms and ammunition, then of course those are people who will give an opportunity to reform in this part of the country. For those who are still holding the illegal firearms and ammunition, our message is just clear. Don't wait for us to come for you, because that is where we're headed.
The area residents, while being urged to fully observe the curfew, they have been urged to surrender the weapons still in their hands, assuring them of security.
But the Kenyans are asking, particularly the residents of this belt, we surrender the firearms, what follows? We want to assure them, as a government, we are going to make sure we sustain that peace. And all they need to do, leave the rest to the government, surrender those illegal arms and ammunition that we refer to as Okoh Central, part of it, We have Turkana East, Turkana South, and Pokot North. So we are going to extend the curfew to those areas so that we concurrently conduct this operation. It is too early to celebrate because we must get those 350 plus illegal arms in the wrong hands.
Investigations have been launched into the death of a taxi driver in Makueni County after his body was found hanging inside his house with several knife stab wounds on his stomach. Charles Mutua was last seen by his mother, who explained that her son was not looking disturbed and couldn't imagine he would die in such circumstances. Neighbors from Farm 4 Estate at the outskirts of Wote Town explained how the young man of the late withdrawn and lived a lonely life. Police have taken the body to Makueni County Referral Hospital. Now, more than 90% of students who qualified to join university in 2021 Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education Examination have applied for degree courses. Out of 144,516 Kenyan citizens who obtained mean grade of C+ and above, 128,762 had submitted applications to the Kenya University and Colleges Central Placement Services (COOPS). Additionally, with more than 385,000 and over 15,000 vacancies available in the TVETs, institutions and primary teacher training colleges respectively, COOPS is urging those eligible to hurry and submit applications as there are enough vacancies to accommodate all. The TVET and TTC's applications target eligible candidates from the 2021 KCSE class and those of the years 2000 to 2020 according to COOPS. And Uasin Gishu County Children's Officer Diana Jelimo Komen says Kenya has made steps in protecting children. Speaking in Eldoret Town, Jelimo said children were protected from FGM, early marriages and deprivation of education among other issues. She added that the government has enacted